it ever even happened. Somehow, whether it's by Rika being able to be like prophetic or whatever, they found out somehow that somebody from public safety was going to be pulling up, and because somebody from public safety was going to be pulling up, they've been on high alert, and they knew that me, the one who showed up, they knew already that my cover's been blown before I ever even stepped foot into Hinamizawa, basically. Um, I guess the question is still whether the main character is Tomatake or not. The art that was given, like the CG art that was given in the Mahjong tournament, kind of threw me for a loop because the guy didn't have the same eye color and didn't have the exact same hair color. I don't care too much about the hair color. He could dye his hair. But the eye color was slightly different. It's not super different, but one was red and more was like a brown red. So it's hard to say for certain, I guess, if they're exactly the same person just from off of looks alone. But to be fair, again, looks have been deceiving so far in this game, so it could also mean literally nothing. Plus, Rika also did the Tomatake Mark II. There was only one other comment that I wanted to make about when Rika said Tomatake Mark II. If Rika does have this weird future telling ability, I don't know if she is saying that by Mark II that I am like a second Tomatake, which I guess if Tomatake had been present or not already at that point would make sense. Because she could be saying like, oh, like you're the second Tomatake, because like if Tomatake had already shown up, then I would be like number 2 of him. But otherwise, the nickname is like the Mark II part of it, I guess, is the more interesting part of her speech. So when she says Mark II, am I like the second coming of him? Can she see into the future? And she's like, oh, she knows Tomatake in the future. So he's like, oh, this guy is like Tomatake 2. I don't know. It's, again, not enough info. Basically, my current theory is I do have some doubt that the main character is Tomatake. I know in my note earlier I said that I was like certain. I am pretty I'm pretty set in my ways. But at the exact same time, oh my god, I just lost my train of thought because I fucking opened my Discord and I read something. I read a fucking meme and I lost my train of thought. What the fuck was I talking about? Tomatake, camera. If this guy is Tomatake. Fuck me. God, this is bothering me now that I can't think of it. Fuck, what the fuck was I just saying? Oh, I have some doubt about whether or not this guy is Tomatake or not. And unless I get like both of them on screen next to each other, that's the only thing right now I'm gonna take that will disprove it. I think that's all I wanted to say. But let's continue here. I had a restless night's sleep. I did nothing but turn over repeatedly during a night that seemed like it lasted for eternity. Even then, I eventually fell asleep at some point, not realizing how high in the sky the sun had risen. I shook off the urge to go back to sleep. It was then I noticed that the phone was ringing. The time was almost 10:30 in the morning. It was clearly too late for a wake-up call. Akasaka. Good morning, it's Oishi. Waking up to the sound of Oishi's voice was a little too much of a shock. My delicate ears were ringing. But thanks to that shock, I was suddenly wide awake. Hello? Good morning. Could it be you just woke up? Even though you're on assignment, it's still not good to be asleep during regular business hours. You're absolutely right. I'll be more careful in the future. I have another tidbit that might wake you up even more. Okay, bell ring again. There was something interesting mixed in with the lost and found at the Hinamizawa police box. Lost and found? Let's leave the details from when you get here. You think you'll be able to make it before noon? No, I'll be there right away. Okay, so this is now going to call into question what I literally just said. The question is if when we're hearing the bell ringing, like, so right here, the bell ringing seems to be more symbolic in nature than it is, literally. We're probably about halfway through chapter 4. This chapter is really short, though. Apparently this one is, like, way shorter than every other chapter. So I'm expecting that this will probably finish in, like, a handful of hours. It's 5 p.m. my time. Probably be done by 9 p.m. I would think. Hopefully. But yeah, so the question remains of if the bell ringing is symbolic, which I think it has to be at this point, because we've had situations where the bell has rung where it's not possible. So I think, okay, so again, I'll explain my line of thought. We're under the assumption that, given the info in one of the last tips, that the bell is the bell that Mion carries around with her in her clothes, okay? If that's the case, there have been certain times in this game where, unless Mion is somehow ever present and always near the main characters, there is no way that the bell could have rang in some of these situations. So, like, right now, right? This bell was very loud. From the sound of this bell, Mion would have to be, like, literally in the room with my guy. So, my thinking is, and again, the bell could be marking something else. It's just that piece that it gave me and that tip makes me think that it's referring to Mion. So, the question is, if the bell is not actually being rung, there probably is times where it has actually been rung. I don't think it's like one or the other. There could be times where the bell is being rung and times where the noise is just playing. So the question is, what if there's some symbolic nature to it, what does it mean, right? Because I was saying, like, I posed the theory that maybe it's just Mion's presence, like that whenever something has to do with Mion, you hear a bell ring. Because that would make sense, you know, even this event here, my theory would still stick with that. But it's a little bit more, I guess, questionable. But Oishi knew what my mission was, already knew. Since Oishi said it was something that would wake me up, it was hard to believe it would be irrelevant to me. Honestly speaking, judging by the information from Sato yesterday, knowing that my cover was already blown, I couldn't wander to and from Hinamizawa carelessly. In other words, my investigation was at an impasse. If there was something there that could put me back on the trail, that would be nothing less than a stroke of good fortune. After vigorously washing my face, I pulled on my jacket and hailed a taxi, heading towards the Okinomiya police station. Oh, you're here. The genius mahjong player has arrived. My apologies for being late. So exactly what popped up? With absolutely no intention of reminiscing about last night's mahjong game, I pressed him to get to the point. Oishi, anticipating that I would act that way, cut to the chase without any resistance. Like I said earlier, something arrived from the Hinamizawa police boxes lost and found this morning. Sorry, that was a bit weird. Lost items that were turned over to the police were sent to Okinomiya Station after the paperwork was filled out. Oishi pulled out a plastic bag from a drawer and laid its labeled contents on the desk. Was that a wallet? Indeed. There was small change inside, but no bills. We thought a pickpocket threw it away after pulling out the contents. You think it's my guy's wallet? At first. I don't understand how this wallet, so far removed from Tokyo, could possibly be related to the kidnapping. If it had drawn Oishi's attention, it would have to be something dramatic, like if the wallet belonged to the missing grandchild. That would be absurd. Like something that convenient would happen, well, the way they're writing this, obviously. If that was it, then there were probably initials written on the wallet, like the initials of Toshiki Inukai, the minister's grandson. T.I. Yo, it's T.I.? Thinking like that, at this point, I didn't suppose that this wallet was something that could get Oishi so excited. Oishi, after putting on a pair of disposable plastic gloves, handed me a pair of the same. I didn't feel that this wallet was such an important thing, so I had my doubts about whether there was any point in putting on gloves. However, I didn't want Oishi's intentions to go to waste, so I put them on. Oishi opened up the plastic bag and pulled it out, showing me the back. As I had imagined, there were initials engraved there, but it was slightly more detailed than what I had thought, with Toshiki I marked on it. Oishi grinned at me with a look on his face that said, "See? We can't confirm from that this belongs to the minister's grandson," I informed him calmly. This wallet was irrelevant. It was nothing more than Oishi's overeagerness. First of all, there was absolutely no way in this distant locale that the missing grandson's wallet would be found with such convenient timing. After all, the Onigafuchi Guardians wasn't related to the case in the first place. So there was no way this wallet belonged to the grandson. Why I wanted to decide that was the case, even I didn't really know. Even though what should have been a top-secret case was leaked before I had ever been dispatched. In this situation, how could I say this was definitely unrelated? Would it be more prudent to pay more attention to this wallet? It had only been a couple of days since I arrived in Hinamizawa, But in those couple of days, due to the number of remarkable events, my nerves might have become just a little frayed. Shaking my head lightly, I cleared it of any unnecessary thoughts. Oishi opened the wallet's zipper, revealing the contents. Inside was small change and a number of crumpled receipts. Oishi, from that jumble, pulled out a folded card. Seeing that, my heart stopped for a moment. It was a card from a dental examination. Name, Toshiki Inukai, and the age, a perfect match. The dentist's location was in Tokyo. There was no need to explain any further. How far was it from Tokyo to Hinamizawa? It was far enough that taking the bullet trains and cars would still take several hours. Why would a wallet with a dental examination card from Tokyo inside show up in Hinamizawa? Could it belong to a tourist who came from Tokyo? And see, the funny thing about this, right? It's not like this was a wallet that was dumped in the trash, right? Clearly this person wanted this to be found. That was the whole point of putting it in the lost and found. They wanted the police to know this. I don't know if this is like a messaging of some kind, because clearly, if you wanted nobody to find out that you had the kid, you would just fucking burn the wallet, you would throw it in a dumpster, you would now there's no saying that wouldn't be found then, but you literally turned it into a fucking lost and found deposit box. It's going to be found by the police. They're going to look at it. So, could it be a tourist who came from Tokyo? Or maybe a villager on vacation to Tokyo just happened to pay a visit to the dentist? No. It had to have fallen into somebody's bag by accident. In my mind, I desperately struggled to find a possible excuse as to why this wallet didn't belong to Toshiki Inukai. It was as if it just wouldn't do for this wallet to belong to him. However, weeding out any possibility for error one by one, the haze surrounding the wallet in front of me faded, gradually letting it come into clear focus. See? I felt a shiver of electricity run up my spine. My pulse quickened and a thin film of sweat began to coat my entire body. From Oishi's point of view, I was probably slack-jawed and spaced out with a slovenly look on my face. Did you get any information from the dental office? That's your job, Akasaka. I didn't go that far. When did this wallet show up? The person who picked it up was a villager. They did so yesterday, it seems. Not that. I mean, when was this wallet dropped? It rained here last week, exactly 7 days ago. It doesn't look like the contents are water damaged, so the longest it could be would probably be 6 days. Does anybody else at the station have knowledge of the existence of this wallet? The officer who first encountered it at the Hinamizawa police box, and also the 2 or 3 people in charge of the lost and found. Other than that, it's just me and you. If it's involved in a classified case, it'd be bad to talk about it, wouldn't it? I don't intend to wag my tongue. May I borrow a phone? Go ahead. Dial 0 to get an outside line. All I'm saying right now, this guy should, right off the bat, no more fucking around. He should just fucking... He should... Oh man, he should just fucking call the police in for reinforcements, man. It's just why? Why would he... I don't know, dude. It's so confusing to me. I dialed the phone number inscribed on the examination card. I could hear my pulse pounding inside my head. Could there possibly be something so absurd? The addresses on the receipt and cards inside the wallet were all from around the area where the grandson lived. The name on the examination card was also a match. The time was deduced that the wallet had been left behind, also matched up with the timeline of the kidnapping. Of course, it was possible I could just laugh it off as all a big pile of coincidences. There wasn't any strong evidence. Rather than all this circumstantial proof, the contents of the phone call I was about to make would have a much greater meaning. Hello, sorry to keep you waiting. This is Nakagawa Dental Office. Hello, this is the Okinomiya Police Department. I have a misplaced wallet here and I'm trying to get in contact with the owner. Would you be able to help me? Inside the wallet there was an examination card from your office. Yes, the name is Toshiki Inukai. If I give you the number on the card, would you be able to look up the phone number? Yes, thank you, if you could. Still holding the receiver, I pulled out a notebook from my breast pocket with my free hand. I opened it up to the page with the grandson's address and phone number recorded on it. Yes, hello. Yeah, go ahead. I compared the phone number written in my notebook to the one that was being read out on the other end of the line. It matched. During that process, I spun around to look behind me uneasily. I locked eyes with Oishi, so again the bell rang, right? I don't know what the bell means now. I'm just gonna put another note. I have no clue. Yeah, I don't know, like, this is just locked eyes with Oishi. Oishi looked puzzled, wondering what the matter was. Why would I feel uneasy and look behind me? That was because the person on the end of the line was reading out the numbers as though doing so straight from my notebook. It seemed that HQ was in quite an uproar thanks to my report. No matter how many times the authenticity of the evidence I had linked to the grandson was called into question, I could only respond that it was the truth. Okay, thank you. You did do the right thing. Akasaka is not Keiichi. When the lead investigator first picked up the phone, I was grilled about the evidence I'd found that was almost too good to be true, if I do say so myself. But after having doubt after doubt dispelled, he fell into silence. The receiver was finally handed over to the section chief. When he picked it up, the background thrum on the other end of the line disappeared, and I knew that it had gone completely silent. After asking the same question about the wallet that the lead investigator did, the chief quietly spoke his next words. Ooh. No OST? Maybe we've heard... No, I think we've heard this before. One second, I just want to let this play out. This played during Keiichi's fucking epiphany. Got it. We'll dispatch several people as reinforcements. They should be able to make it there by evening. Akasaka, please continue with your investigation of the area. Get some information on the spot where the wallet was found. Kano will select some people and head directly there. The fact that he was sending Kano, the lead investigator, here meant that the chief had decided there was a possibility that the Onigafuchi Guardians were somehow implicit in the kidnapping. However, it felt as though until the lead investigator, whom he trusted, had verified the evidence with his own eyes, he was still going to be skeptical about it. How'd it go? Seems that HQ is sending reinforcements. I was ordered to investigate the area. Where was the wallet dropped? Around Takatsudo, apparently. This is Okinomiya. All the way over here, this is Hinamizawa. Then, even further upstream, way up around here, is Takatsudo. Oishi explained where the wallet was found by pointing to locations on the map on the wall. This place called Takatsudo was even more remote than Hinamizawa was. There's hardly anybody living in the area around Takatsudo. It was deserted a long time ago. It's littered with abandoned houses, so it's really quite desolate around there. Oishi, could I ask you to guide me? Well, I mean, let's think like a criminal for a second, right? Be the perfect place to fucking hold a kidnappee, right? Who the fuck's ever gonna walk across him and find him? Yeah, I don't mind. You can't really get in and out of Hinamizawa as you please by yourself after all. Of course, I'll have to make you wear the cap and mask again. That Oishi had agreed to accompany me was very reassuring. If Sato's info was to be believed, my cover had been blown. I wasn't sure if the villagers had realized that the fresh meat dispatch from public safety was the tourist that had visited the village yesterday. In other words, me. But deciding that they hadn't noticed would have been overly optimistic. Given a cursory thought, Takatsudo, where the wallet was found, couldn't be ruled out as a hiding spot for the kidnappers. The Takatsudo area didn't have any residential buildings, nor was it alongside a highway. There wasn't a reason for even the locals to go out of their way to visit it. It was exactly what you would call a long-forgotten ghost town at the end of the road. You couldn't ask for a better place to hold a kidnapped grandson. Also, you couldn't get to Takatsudo without passing through Hinamizawa first. Those several conditions made the area all the more important. Yeah, I'm gonna write that down. I don't think that'll be too important, but the fact that it can only be reached through Hinamizawa makes it even more clear that it's probably, you know, someone within Hinamizawa that's behind it. Couldn't brush it off any longer. There was no longer any doubt that Onigafuchi Guardians, or somebody hired by them, were involved in the kidnapping. If that was the case, then the fact that this wallet was found might have already been leaked to them. They even knew so much as how the Public Safety Division was operating. The case of the wallet couldn't be something they didn't know. In that case, there was a possibility that the enemy was lying in wait. To dive alone into enemy territory surrounded by enemy territory, to say the least, required an amount of courage, nay, recklessness, that I just did not have. Without your company, Oishi, I wouldn't be able to step into the village so easily. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Honestly, I thought you would ask for more money. Well, if we're being honest, Hinamizawa isn't exactly a place I'd like to go to. I'd at least appreciate it if you paid for the cab fare. Still, it's not a request I can refuse from a friend that's played at the same table as me. Oishi grinned as he pounded me on the back. It struck me that he just didn't want to jump ship rather than having any sort of sense of duty towards his job. Even so, that didn't really matter. Right now, I really appreciated the gesture. Well done, shall we hurry up and get going? If the enemy knew that the police had obtained the wallet, then they would probably have moved the hostage to a different place. There wasn't a moment to lose. But Oishi, without regard to the fact that we were about to head out, began to remove his jacket. What are you doing? Well, just a precaution. If you want me to poke the beehive to get your honey, I have to be rather well prepared, you see. Do you want to put one on too? What Oishi pulled from the drawer below the desk was a stab-proof vest. You know, Oishi might be like kind of a hard ass and sort of a old school cop. But, you know, I've always said, like, if you had to do an alignment chart of this game, I think Oishi is a chaotic good, you know? He has weird methods, but I feel like he's always actually, I feel like he is looking out for people, you know? Okay. Now, this is where I wonder, so the way that this chapter started, it kind of made me, not to go on too long of a tangent, it kind of made me think that, the way the narration is happening in this chapter, that it's happening both in present tense and it's also happening in past tense from someone in the future. I think that we can assume at least that Akasaka is not dead whenever the end date of this chapter is, because of the way that some of this is happening. Not necessarily this, but you know, I pointed it out yesterday. I don't remember the exact line, but it was at the end of the last chapter when the way that he was talking just sounded like it was reading in, like, I want to say future tense, but it's not future tense because that would imply he's talking about things that are about to happen, but more so like it was him talking about events that had already happened. So I don't think Akasaka dies, at least in the events of this chapter. To be fair, again, if he is Tomotage, that 5-year gap wouldn't really change anything because he wouldn't be dead 5 years from now. He'd be dead like a little bit longer, like 5 years and a week from now, whenever Watanagashi happens, if he is Tomotage. If he's not, then my theory doesn't matter anyways. But his name was Toshiki Inukai, the grandson of the Minister of Construction Inukai. There was only one reason for him being here. He didn't include gym or art class. His grades were above average. That was the result of having private tutoring sessions twice a week. Drink water, thank you. If you omitted the fact that he still couldn't do pull-ups, there wasn't much else that would make him hate school. Of course, he understood full well that his grandfather was a cabinet minister. But he also knew that not too many people were that interested in their relationship. He didn't like to go out of his way to bring up his grandfather, or to call him the Minister of Construction. And finally, he at least tried to know a little more about what kind of work the Minister of Construction did than your average Joe. What that entailed was that when you tried your best to make life better for the masses, sometimes you made a few enemies. He knew all too well from the time he'd spent as class rep. His grandfather had many enemies. He knew that he might personally catch some of that fallout, so he had to be twice as cautious. He was taught that by his parents. That's why, the moment he was kidnapped, he instantly knew that this was one of those occasions. He understood that he wasn't being treated as Toshiki Inukai, the person, but rather as Toshiki Inukai, the grandson of the Minister of Construction. That he wasn't personally at fault, but that this was the result of some unavoidable trouble with his grandfather's work. It made little difference, but when he realized it wasn't because of anything he did, he was able to relax, if only a little. Of course, at first he was struck with a terror befitting his age, wondering what was going to happen to him. But after a while of being tied up and only able to stay lying down, he began to ponder a great many things. First, he thought about the reason he was being abducted like this. He understood the answer to that easily. He was taken hostage to coerce his grandfather, the minister. There was no doubt about that. He didn't know exactly what the Minister of Construction did, but it was easy to imagine there was much to be gained from threatening him. He respected his grandfather more than most. He earnestly believed that his own grandfather was within the top 20 of the most important people in Japan. That was exactly why he couldn't forgive anybody who tried to threaten his beloved grandfather. More importantly, he wouldn't forgive anybody who would use him as a tool to threaten his grandfather. His grandfather was really busy and rarely had time to meet with relatives. That's why, with what little time he did manage to scrape together, he just dropped by unannounced. And as an apology for not being able to meet during New Year's or summer's vacation, he doted on his grandson very, very much. The number of times that Toshiki was looked upon with disregard just because his grandfather was a politician and a minister certainly weren't few. But he never thought even once that he wanted his grandfather to quit being a politician. Because it was his beloved grandfather. He wanted him to continue his career as long as possible from the bottom of his heart. However, Toshiki was now being held hostage and his grandfather was being threatened. His grandfather, who called him the apple of his eye, was surely suffering. He might do anything to save his grandson, maybe even putting aside his ideology if it was required to save him. He might cave into the culprit's demands if it meant saving his grandson. When Toshiki thought about that, an inexplicable anger welled up within him. In his current situation, he was unable to forgive the cowards who would make his beloved grandfather suffer by using such dastardly means. That feeling swelled up inside him, displacing the fear. What he thought of first was something any boy would imagine. Get out of these bonds, beat up the bad guys, and then hand them over to the police. Images of all the brave heroes from all the manga he had read passed through the back of his mind. In his imaginary scenario, he slipped his bonds easily, floating like a butterfly to evade his captors, then stinging like a bee to bring them all down. Hey, good Muhammad Ali reference. In the end, it was nothing more than his silly little fantasy. But with his vision obstructed and unable to see anything, it was something that he could get into more than any anime at the moment. In actuality, he was enjoying these little scenarios in his head for the long period of time he was tied up. His captors hadn't really done anything to him that they would feel sorry for. However, eventually he began to grow tired of his fantasies, and more realistic scenarios began to run through his head. Then he realized that none of them were a solution. Yes, he wanted to do something for his grandfather who was being threatened. That he was being held here to inflict pain on his grandfather was the thing that he could least forgive, and also the most vexing. And then he noticed. There was a much simpler way he could save his grandfather without having to beat up his despicable captors. That was to remove himself as a hostage from the hands of these villains. If he was to disappear from here, his captors would have nothing to threaten his grandfather with. The captors had restrained him, but they didn't treat him roughly, and they made sure he was well fed enough. Meaning at most, he was nothing more than the means for their threat. They weren't looking to bully or kill him out of spite. If he behaved, no ill will would befall him. Realizing that gave him a strong sense of courage, and carrying his train of thought this far, he let it run its course to its natural conclusion. Right now at this moment, Toshiki Inukai had decided to escape. His ears had been stuffed with a sponge-like material, acting as a makeshift earplug. However, they didn't actually do anything to block out any sound, as he could overhear everything his captors were saying. Realizing that this was to his advantage, even when his captors spoke to him, he acted like he couldn't hear them due to the earplugs. His captors, thinking that he couldn't hear their conversation, talked about all sorts of things without any reservation. Thanks to that, he was able to obtain various pieces of information. First off, this wasn't Tokyo. It seemed that this was quite a distance away, and on top of that, in the countryside nestled deep in the mountains. It also seemed that his captors were inconvenienced living out here, so he could deduce that this place was far removed from any sort of town. Finally, whenever they went out to buy food or other supplies, they would always take a car. That fact caused him some dismay, because he knew that the method he learned at school of running around blindly while shouting for help wouldn't work here. He paused his little mental escape scenario there. His ultimate goal was to find somebody who would help him. If somebody who fit that description wasn't close by, his chances of escaping successfully grew slim. A desolate, far-off land deep in the mountains, a place where you couldn't even go shopping without using a car. In this situation, escaping would be very difficult. He grew depressed, and after a little while, he returned to his original scenario. Imagining becoming a hero like in the manga he read and beating down his captors became his respite. However, as he played those delusions out in his head, his heart, hating to surrender, continued to search for a way to escape. And then he thought of a way. If the goal was far away, then all he had to do was get closer. His goal in a nutshell was to find somebody who would help him. In other words, somebody other than his captors. If he faked being sick, then his captors would have to take him to the hospital, or bring a doctor to him. They would probably be reluctant to do that, but he already knew that the hostage was more important than anything. In the off chance that something happened, like him dying, occurred, they wouldn't be able to threaten anybody anymore. Luckily, he had an experience that would help him fake a serious illness. At the end of last year, he was inadvertently involved in a car accident and had to undergo surgery. The scar from that surgery was still clearly visible on his lower torso. He recalled the pain and suffering from that time. The existence of that experience would make a huge impact on the realism of his performance. He is quite confident in his ability to fake an illness. His captors at first took that as a sign he needed to use the washroom. Untying his arms, they tried to bring him there while he was still blindfolded, but he didn't try to get up. His hands now free only clutched at his abdomen as he writhed in agony. Hey, what's wrong? Does your stomach hurt? He still had his earplugs in, so he had to pretend he didn't hear his captors asking the question. He was about to nod, so he hurriedly had to stop himself. What's the matter? Yeah, the kid's clutching his stomach. Must be a stomachache or something. His captors looked down at his suffering form for a bit. One of them proposed a course of action, while another laid his doubts that Toshiki might be faking it. What's wrong, boy? Your tummy hurt. His ears are plugged, he can't hear you. Well, that's a problem. Do we got any medication that works on stomach pain? Might want to go to the pharmacy and buy some. When it comes to stomach pain, there's a bunch of different meds, isn't there? Yeah, it's called take a fucking Advil. As long as we don't know the cause, we shouldn't just buy him any old medicine. He's olding his stomach. Maybe he's just constipated. If you buy him some medicine for that, maybe that'll calm him down. It won't kill him if we're wrong, either. Don't decide something like that on your own. It might be appendicitis or something. My uncle suddenly got it a while ago. That's true, it can happen. Very short onset. That was pretty scary. One of the captors leaned over beside the boy who was bent over in agony. I feel sorry for the kid. Whoa, his whole body's covered in sweat. Is it your stomach? Does it hurt? Hey, if it hurts, you shouldn't clutch at it so tightly, it'll only make it worse. Realizing that his captors were concerned about his stomach, he inadvertently let his shirt right up, letting the scar from his surgery come into plain view. His vision was still obscured with packing tape, so he couldn't see the reaction to his scar. But his captors were taken aback, and judging from their momentary silence, he had obtained the reaction he was looking for. Hey, this is bad. This scar, it's not that old. Does the boy have a fever? Is there a thermometer around? No way we have one. That's a lot of sweat. Yeah, his forehead feels pretty hot, I think. I've heard that under prolonged stress, old wounds can be aggravated. Then what do we do? Are you saying the medicine won't work? We don't know what surgery the scar was from, but in any case, this is bad. In the worst case, it could be fatal. This is bad. This is really, really bad. Maybe we should have a doctor take a look at it. At this rate, there's a chance that he might suddenly die on us. Toshiki Inukai, with those few words, knew that the situation was progressing exactly as he had envisioned it, and snickering to himself on the inside pressed his act even further. He didn't even need to know that his captors were panicked and were running around like chickens with their heads off at this troublesome turn of events. Should we take him to the clinic? No, that's no good. Probably better if the doctor came here. Dr. Irie, you mean? Is that okay? Will that be alright? It'd be worse if anything happened to the hostage. Nothing we can do. It's an emergency. One of the captors hurriedly left in a car. Another of the men, completely shaken up at this point, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. It looked like they were bringing a doctor. As long as the doctor wasn't an accomplice, that doctor was his goal. He was someone he should seek help from. His captors were probably wary of that happening. They would be prepared for it. This would all come down to luck. Some of the sweat emerging from his brow was from that nervousness. At that moment, the packing tape that was covering his eyes and ears was torn off. The burning light that he was seeing for the first time in several days hurt his eyes. After that, the gag that made it hard for him to breathe was also removed. Are you alright, kid? We're bringing a doctor to you right now. Just hold on for a bit. The doctor was coming. Now, how is he going to ask for help, and how is he going to get away from his captors? A plethora of thoughts began swirling through his mind. I think you know this already, but don't say anything unnecessary to the doctor. We don't want to hurt you or anything. You understand that, right? Toshiki Inukai nodded while feigning pain and obedience. His expectations and the enemy's expectations. Whether they doubted he was faking his illness or not, they knew what his goal was and would try to stop it. His stomach contracted from the stress of this gambit, making it seem like his stomach really was starting to hurt. No, it really was. But there was no reason to panic. If he failed with his approach to the doctor, there was nothing to lose. If there was something to lose, it was this method of faking illness to get in touch with the doctor. If he could think of other methods from here on out, it wasn't much. But at the present, this was the easiest and most dramatic way he could think of. The more he thought about it, the more it looked like this was his first and last gambit. Eventually, he heard the sound of a car approaching once again. The sound of the car doors being hurriedly opened and shut. The sounds of several footsteps approaching. A young man in a white medical coat. As he acknowledged the boy, a suspicious look showed itself on his face. Who's he? He's not one of the kids from the village, is he? The captors didn't respond. From the looks of it, the young doctor had realized that this was an abnormal situation. One of the captors talked threateningly. That's got nothing to do with you, Doc. For a while, the doctor and the captors silently glared at one another. However, unable to stand the sight of the boy continuing to suffer, the doctor, as the captors had hoped, didn't press any further. I'm concerned about this old surgical scar. What kind of operation was it? We don't know. I should really bring him back to the clinic. Doc, we really can't really do that. We really can really do that. A weird way to say that. The doctor said he wanted to bring the boy back to the clinic, but the captors simply silently shook their heads at the notion. It was a fleeting hope, but it was only natural that the captors would refuse. At that moment, his eyes met with the doctor's. Seeing that the boy's painful state was abnormal, the doctor suspected it was a serious illness. You alright? I'm a doctor. When was the surgical scar from? Oh, last year, during the winter, from an accident. An accident? I see. This is a problem. He couldn't let the doctor figure out that he was faking it here. He had to somehow figure out some way to keep this going and tell the doctor that he was being confined and needed help. I'm going to touch the affected area, okay? If it hurts, tell me where. Seeing that it was extremely painful, the doctor crossed his arms and began to ponder. He had to somehow get himself to a hospital. To Toshiki Inukai, faking this illness was the performance of a lifetime. Imagine, like, they're gonna be like 2 trains passing in the night, we're gonna show up and they're gonna leave and we're just gonna miss each other. Good work, everyone. I know it's hot, but please do your best. If you catch anybody illegally dumping, please contact someone immediately. We'll act quickly. Thank you for your cooperation, Oishi. Please. A gap wide enough for a single car was opened up in the barricade, Oishi showing his gratitude, or perhaps a threatening attitude. With a short beep of the horn, rolled the car forward through the checkpoint. This time, my appearance was the very embodiment of the word suspicious. A baseball cap, mask, and sunglasses. On top of that, even though it was sweltering, I was wearing a hoodie. Any respectable police officer would be loath to not stop me for questioning. I had meant to be overcautious, knowing full well that my face was known, but it might have already been too late for that to have any use. Using that as an excuse, I doffed the unbearably hot hoodie and windbreaker, ripped off the mask and hat, and threw them in the seat behind me. Oh my, is that okay? With a cheap little disguise like this, they probably figured it out anyways. That just might be the case. Oishi, probably thinking that my unexpected behavior was funny, continued to laugh. The beautiful and pristine scenery of Hinamizawa spread out before me. The village itself would have been quite beautiful if it weren't for the complicated circumstances surrounding it at the moment. I would absolutely love to take Yuki here for a drive one day. Come to think of it, I didn't get a chance to call her last night. I played around with the idea in my head, but in reality, this village wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. I had heard everything at the prefectural headquarters. At the heart of this village, the intelligence network that the 3 families wielded was, due to blood ties and regional relationships, unbelievably well organized. Their net spread not just around Hinamizawa itself, but encapsulated the entirety of the city of Shishibone as well. When I first heard that, somewhere in the recesses of my mind, I didn't take it completely seriously. How could a local organization out in the boonies have something so grandiose? I couldn't deny that somewhere in the back of my mind I had ridiculed that thought. But not only were they really threatening the minister, but they had demonstrated they had a complete grasp on our movements, which were supposed to be top secret. They were almost like the secret police that controlled a small Eastern European country, like in some spy novel. Okay, dude. The villagers here wouldn't bat an eye at getting their hands dirty if it meant fighting the dam project. I also heard something like that at the prefectural headquarters. Now that you mention it, when I first arrived here, Oishi said that this place was a war zone, didn't he? The residents of this village were at the same time freedom fighters, though by definition, they were no different than guerrillas or a militia. They weren't protected by the Geneva Convention, but they also didn't have to adhere to those rules either. This place was more of a quagmire than any legitimate battlefield. A secret war was unfolding. I could drive along because Oishi was with me, but if I was to leave this cart for even something as trivial as looking for a vending machine, there was a chance I wouldn't return. Even though a single shot hadn't been fired, this was a battlefield. No, the reason why bullets weren't flying was simply because it was hard for a civilian to obtain a gun in Japan. It's not K-Kona. It's not America. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, one sec. I'm gonna fill my water up. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I was talking to my dad. So they were probably just equipped with weapons older than guns that were easier to obtain. That was why Oishi was wearing the stab-proof vest, wasn't it? Akasaka, are you nervous? The fact that I was apprehensive was of course picked up by Oishi. If he already figured it out, there was no point in trying to deny or hide it. Of course I am. We're headed into the heart of enemy territory alone, aren't we? I'm worried if something unlikely happens with just the two of us. Something unlikely? Huh. It'll be alright. Isn't everybody in this village our enemy? Everybody gets their stories straight. They could murder someone in broad daylight and there wouldn't be a shred of evidence. I'm asking about something like that. This is what the ironclad rule of not barging into a Yakuza office alone was about. If there wasn't a neutral party involved, that area wasn't bound by the laws of common sense. If something happened, you wouldn't be able to prove it. There wasn't anybody who would take your side. It was pretty much the definition of poking the bear. I've left word that we're headed towards the Hinamizawa area, and in the worst case, we've also got a radio. I know you're scared, Akasaka, but it's not that easy to pull off the perfect crime. Well, of course, that doesn't mean we can't let our guard down either. Akasaka, you're too worked up over this. You were more relaxed the last time we came up here together, weren't you? Laughing it off, Oishi thumped his chest and grinned, as if to say I could depend on him. Well, if it gets really iffy, this comes with having the badge. Oishi made a motion by sticking out his index finger. It was undoubtedly the image of a gun. Will it be of any use? Sorry, my lip is bugging me. If you're not afraid of dealing with the aftermath after you shoot, it's actually very reassuring. An officer's gun was only for show. If you really wanted to fire it, there were quite a number of stipulations, and you had to be prepared for the long probationary period afterwards. That definitely wasn't worth it, so even if an officer did unholster his gun, there wasn't one who actually wanted to pull the trigger. Akasaka, are you carrying one? One of these? Well, yeah. You ever fired it? I have, for training though. Well, I guess that'd be true. Well then, have you, Oishi? Me? Nah, there's no way. What was this? I thought he was laughing at me because he had experience. The two of us laughed together. I've also never pointed the barrel at anybody. I've looked down the barrel of a gun a few times, though. Just being made to look down the barrel like that is enough to shorten your lifespan by about 3 years. Even if he had never fired a gun before, you couldn't even begin to compare the amount of experience Oishi had over me. At a time like this, I could only marvel at how reliable Oishi seemed. Come to think of it, I didn't want to come this way in the middle of the day. There's no way for a car to get through other than here. Akasaka, just in case, put that mask on again to hide your face, please. What's the matter? Can you not hear it because the air conditioning is too loud? I'll turn it off. Try opening the window. When I opened the window, a blast of hot air blew inside, and then I could hear angry yelling coming from far away. At that moment, the forest gave way on either side of us, and our view expanded suddenly. And there could be seen the Hinamizawa Dam construction grounds, the very front line for Hinamizawa village. We're absolutely opposed to the construction of the Hinamizawa Dam. The crackling blare of someone's voice sounded over an enormous loudspeaker. The roar of angry voices continued to rumble. The incredible volume had become a veritable sound cannon, spewing out its ammunition. The prefabricated site office was surrounded by 2 sets of high fences laced with barbed wire. Lined up in front of those fences were riot police in their vehicles, and surrounding it all were the villagers. They howled out their protests against the dam as a single entity. Oh, there's not too many of them today. We're in luck. That's not too many? Yeah, when there's a lot of them, the crowd reaches as far as the road. You wouldn't even be able to inch forward in a car. At first, due to their overwhelming intensity, it looked to me like there was more people than there actually was, but upon closer inspection, there were at most 50 to 70 of them. The 6 or 7 propaganda trucks lined up looked like they belonged to a band of thugs, or a strange enough sight. The villagers were also wearing helmets and bandanas, as well as covering their faces with masks, adding to the oddity of it all. The propaganda trucks, after braying their chorus, had their volume turned up even higher and began to flood the area with sutras. To say that the noise was downright violent wouldn't be an understatement. From this distance, it was still this loud. The glass in the office was probably rattling from the noise. They can't do anything there but take it. Those riot squad guys, every one of them is wearing earplugs, but they're still having their hearing damaged. Poor sobs. Can't you do something about it with the noise ordinance laws? Our prefecture doesn't have any laws regarding noise ordinance. Also, those are sutras, right? We can't regulate religious activities. Those guys are pretty smart. Damn. Actually, it's kind of a nine-head way to go about it. Is what I think Oishi said. Oh yeah, because he couldn't hear. Actually, no matter how tightly the window was shut, the booming sound of the sutras still filled the car. I couldn't even hear what Oishi, who was sitting right next to me, was saying. As the car approached the line of propaganda trucks, the blare became difficult to bear. It wasn't enough to just plug my ears with my fingers. I had to hold my head to keep my skull from splitting apart. If I had seen this terrifying energy sooner, I would have probably understood why Hinamizawa village was much quicker. Now I knew. They wouldn't blink an eye at sacrificing themselves in order to protect their hometown. Huh, so goddamn noisy. Shut up. My head throbbed and felt like it was going to split apart. My eardrums crackled, and on top of it all, I felt like I was going to throw up. With the road crowded with the throng of squatters, the propaganda trucks, and the riot police vehicles, it was in no way easy to get by. Even if you tried to shoo the squatters with the car horn, they were also wearing earplugs, oblivious to noises from the outside world, and wouldn't easily move. The car could only inch forward at a snail's pace. Even then, the car eventually got through, starting to leave the tumultuous noise behind. Hey, the old guy that was playing mahjong with us last night, remember him? Yeah, the guy who was about to get chopped up. Huh. I remember that there was an older person who didn't exactly mince words. The guy that Oishi called old man. There was someone like that. Yeah, he's the foreman of the main construction site. Probably holed up in that prefab building trying to work while irritated out of his mind. Poor fella. You wouldn't be able to stand it if it's like that every day. Yeah, there's no end to the number of people who can't handle it and quit. But every time it happens, their wages go up, so I won't say it's in vain. Even having to deal with all that noise and hostility, they still made a wage that Oishi found enviable. Damn it, these guys. Can they hear or can't they? A group of squatters were in the way of the car. Oishi, sufficiently annoyed, laid into the horn, but there was no indication that they were moving anytime soon. In this din, could they not even hear a car horn? Or did they hear it and were being malicious? If there were any riot police nearby, they would have made people move, but it just so happened there weren't any around here. Ah, jeez. Wait just a minute. Oishi opened up the door. The hot air and even more heated roar of the crowd spilled into the car. Oishi said something as he grinned widely, but I couldn't hear what it was. He was getting them to move, something like that. Oishi stepped out of the car and closed the door. The din faded slightly. I stared blankly as Oishi headed towards the group and started some sort of conversation. Maybe we'd find the minister's grandson at Takatsudo. At the very least, I wanted to find him there. Find him and slip the cursed bond of this incomprehensible village. I could only pray. At that moment, a shadow was suddenly cast over me. Somebody was standing right outside the passenger side window blocking the sunlight. We're gonna get the eyes. I spun around, looked up, and realized who the backlit figure was. Oh, it's Rika. The bell rang again. Now there's some thinking to be done. Maybe the bell ringing has to do with Rika and not Mion like I thought. Huh? It was a girl. It was Rika Furude. The girl stared down at me with a bored look in her eyes. I didn't have any justification for it, but I felt like I had been found by somebody I shouldn't be found by. To fill the silence, I raised my hand as I mouthed a meek greeting. course, there was no way she heard my small voice in the clamor. But even then, she should have seen me wave my hand in greeting. In spite of that, she simply stared down at me with a cold look on her face. At that moment, the noise and heat spread throughout the car again. Oishi had returned to the driver's seat. Taking a look, the group that were blocking the road had started to move aside while glaring our way. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we go? Oishi registered the figure of the girl behind me. One of the villagers came over and picked her up, in a manner of, "It's dangerous, so get away." It was then that she whispered one or two words. However, I couldn't hear any of it. Well then, let's go. I'm gonna gun it, okay? But of course, still within the speed limit. It's not really gunning it then. As if to shake off the still audible angry voices, Oishi floored the gas. Along with the roar and din of the shouting, the villagers and the girl quickly disappeared behind us. As soon as we're through here, we're into Katsudo. Are you okay if we end up getting into a firefight? Don't be fumbling with the safety at the last moment, you hear? Oishi laughed mockingly again. I was more concerned with what the girl had said, however, as I was vaguely bothered by it. What was she trying to say with that apathetic and candid expression? Probably something on the lines of, "Leave now," or "You again," or some weird shit. Suppose it's normal if you're nervous from here on out. If you don't deal with it, there's a chance you might do something rash. There was no longer a way to confirm what the girl had tried to tell me. It might have been that the girl who warned me to go back to Tokyo again. I'm sorry, this is weird. It might have been that the girl who warned me to go back to Tokyo again. There should be no who here. It might have been that the girl warned me to go back to Tokyo again, or else was saying to me, who was here right now. I'm sorry, I'm having a stroke. Was saying to me who is here now, ignoring that warning. Even though I warned you, what a fool. I had the feeling she said something like that. If you were to call Hinamizawa a rather lonely village, then Takatsudo was outright desolate. For your everyday city boy like me, I just couldn't understand why anybody would force themselves to live here. There were signs that people had, but they were all covered in dust or enveloped in ivy, indicating that it was all abandoned. People really lived in a place like this, didn't they? Well, it was a long time ago. A remote place like this is pretty rough for old folk to live, and the younger people probably wanted to try living in a more suitable place. If there's nobody left to take the reins, all that gets left is this. Even if I had no personal attachment to the village, seeing the disused buildings made me feel a little sentimental. It seemed that Oishi also felt the same way. Was a wallet found over here? The person who found it must have a good reason to come out to this desolate place. Yeah, there's some villagers who have a field out in the mountains here. They pass by here in the morning and evenings. The villagers who work in the fields walk by here every day. No way. They probably go as far as they can by car. So in the early mornings and evenings, they pass by here and just happen to find a single wallet. They probably did. Where exactly did they say they found it? In a thicket, just a bit further ahead. The person who found the wallet just happened to have some stomach cramps and was planning to use the thicket to do his business, it seems. It was there he happened to find it. Probably hoping there was some toilet paper in there. Nice. Everything about that story just seems a little too convenient. Right from the discovery of the wallet, I can't shake the feeling that something's off. I expressed the feeling that I had from the start of the day, quite frankly. It seemed too good to be true, but it was unwavering proof. But it was too perfect. Sickeningly so. That was my feeling. You might actually be onto something by saying it's all a little too perfect. Meaning? The truth is, I heard a little something from a friend of mine in the 4th Division, where Oryo Sondozaki referenced the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. She referenced it. It's been several days since the minister's grandson has been kidnapped. Poor boy. It'd be nice if they let him go soon. Seems that old Oryo muttered something like that while on her veranda. And that little musing was conveyed to the various people working deep behind the scenes of the Sondozaki family. Right, I had heard something earlier from Sato, the informant. That when the leader Oryo had a concern, somebody in the family would be considerate. So in essence, she gave the order to release the hostage. I see it that way. The wallet being conveniently discovered was just a ploy to hand the boy over to the police. Why would they release the hostage? There's only one reason why somebody would release a hostage, isn't there? They've already got what they wanted. What is it? They reached a deal. That would mean the minister promised to halt the Hinamizawa Dam project. The dam project will definitely go away. At that moment, those words that the girl had said resurfaced in the back of my mind. In the end, it was turning out exactly as she had proclaimed. That young girl knew the circumstances. She knew everything about this kidnapping incident from the beginning to the end. It's like I have a Discord message. Oh, it's gibberish. Akasaka. The girl unexpectedly called my name. What is it? Go back to Tokyo. Huh? Before long, you will woefully regret coming to this village. That would be an incredibly pathetic thing to see, so I thought I'd warn you right now. Why would I come to regret it? Stop whining. Yeah. The girl who knew everything from start to finish had warned me in the beginning. Go back to Tokyo. Akasaka is such a coward. We'll probably find the boy, but what happens afterwards will probably be a bit of a problem. How it'll be a problem, though, is something a single officer like me can't figure out. Do you know a girl named Rika Furude? What I said was such a non sequitur that Oishi sat in stunned silence for a while. Of course I know her. She's the only daughter of the Furude family, one of the 3 families. What kind of girl is she? Well. This is an unexpected name to hear. I'm a bit surprised. Does public safety think that the Furude family smells fishy and wants to keep an eye on them? Share some of that information with me, please. No, it's not like that. It's just something that caught my attention. Well, whatever. It wouldn't do to not answer a question from a friend I've sat at the same table with. Nice meme. This guy's got the same meme he keeps saying. I'm honored that you call me a friend. So, that little lady is, well, somewhat of a village mascot. She's beloved by everybody in the village. Some of the older folk worship her, especially. Worship. I don't know much about it, you see. I keep right-clicking, I'm sorry. Girls born in the Furude family have somewhat of a sacred implication, it seems. It's one of the local beliefs in Hinamizawa. The living incarnation of Oyashiro or something like it. Or so the story goes, apparently. Oyashiro? Now that you mention it, I think I saw Oyashiro written on some of the Alliance banners. What is Oyashiro exactly? It's the name of the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. They believe it'll exact punishment on those who would do ill towards the village. Well, if there was such a convenient god around, the gods of the dam would have long since been done in by divine justice. True. Luckily, nothing like that has happened to anybody just yet. The grandson of the minister who trifled with the village, as a result of Oyashiro's anger, was... what'd they call it again? Oh, right, Onikakushi. The minister's grandson was demoned away. That would probably be how the script is being written. I see. It probably would turn into something like that. Divine punishment wrought by Oyashiro. Then the culprit is the living incarnation of Oyashiro. That girl. Even I didn't know exactly what I was saying. The fact that Oishi laughed it off was a bit of a relief. Oishi's joyous laughter was so infectious that I began to laugh like an idiot as well. Oh, this is unusual. Oishi, after laying into the horn several times, rolled the window down and leaned out, waving his arm in an exaggerated manner. It was a car headed the opposite way. Oh, it's probably Dr. Irie. Or, there's 2 ways to... I'm assuming that it's Dr. Irie leaving with the kid, or just leaving. Because if this was them bringing the doctor, it doesn't make sense, because, like, how would that ever have happened, you know? But until now, we hadn't run into any other cars except our own. And of all places, it was at this desolate location. It seemed that Oishi knew the owner of that car. The other car also chirped its horn and came to a stop. Is it Irie? Yeah, it is. Okay, so he's leaving. Dr. Irie, good afternoon. The other car's window rolled down slowly, revealing a young man in a white overcoat. He was about my age, or perhaps a bit older, but you really can't judge somebody by their appearance. Yeah, no fucking kidding. Well, if it isn't Oishi. Good afternoon. Haha, fancy meeting you here. That's my line, Doctor. I never thought I'd see you here. What happened? Oh, nothing. Just a little house call. Oh, really? Was it an emergency? No, nothing quite that serious, thankfully. It's always for the best when the patient gets better without the need of medical care. I'll take my leave here. If I don't get back quickly, my staff will be angry with me. Being the head of a clinic must be tough. Well then, take care. This is good though, because at the end of the day, my guy got info. The young doctor named Irie, after gesturing his farewell, drove forward and soon disappeared around a corner. Oishi also drove forwards, but soon came to a stop again. He pulled out a worn map book from the dash. His expression didn't have an ounce of irreverence. He was perfectly serious. What is it? The clinic shouldn't be making any house calls today. It must have been quite an emergency or otherwise a patient with some extenuating circumstances. I don't know why I said exhausting. It must have been quite an emergency or otherwise a patient with some extenuating circumstances. Uishi flipped through the pages, opening up to the map of Takatsudo. After that, he looked around and started to figure out what our current location was. Are you saying that the emergency is suspicious? Didn't I say? There's hardly anybody that lives in the Takatsudo area. The road we're on right now is here. Dr. Irie came from this direction. Having no sense of our surroundings, I couldn't digest anything about the place he was indicating on the map. We're heading towards the spot where the wallet was found. By the way, that's over here. But see, if you're heading to one of the few residences in Takatsudo, it's the wrong road. Meaning he came in a direction where there was no people. As long as somebody working in the fields between these mountains didn't collapse. But if somebody did collapse and you call a doctor, normally you'd bring them back with you. And he was alone, right? But just now, he said it was nothing serious. It didn't seem like anybody else was in the car with him. Uishi didn't say any more than that. I also said nothing more. That doctor just now examined a patient, close by. Only that. The noisy radio had suddenly gone quiet. The sky had just as suddenly turned an oppressive color. As Oishi mused that it might start to rain, a torrential downpour started, as though trying not to disappoint him. Eventually, Oishi stopped the car. The only sounds to break the silence were the percussion of the rain on the roof and the soft squeak of the windshield wipers. Let's do this a bit hush-hush, shall we? Saying that in a quiet voice, he exited the car with an umbrella, careful not to make any noise. Oishi leaned over, indicating the other side of the thicket. He was pointing to a prefabricated shed and a car that was parked beside it. This car looked obviously well cared for. It wasn't a vehicle that had been left there for several years. What's that shed? It contains equipment used by the forestry service. I heard they don't go near it except during the summertime. Does that car belong to somebody from the forestry service then? Dunno. Doesn't look like an official vehicle though. Oishi was playing it cool, but my nervousness was gradually increasing. Just in case, saying that Oishi returned to the car. I thought he was going to get an umbrella, but he grabbed the onboard radio instead. Hello, this is Oishi. Do you read? Greetings, greetings. Yes, this is the Okinomiya PS. Oishi, we read you loud and clear, over. I'm currently in front of the Forestry Service equipment shed, not the one in the direction of Yagauchi, the one in Takatsudo, if you head there from Hinamizawa. Affirmative, copy that. There's some suspicious people in the shed, proceeding to investigate. If you don't hear back from me in 5 minutes, get in touch with the local police substation and have them send a cruiser as soon as possible. If you would, please. Understood. Well then, shall we go take a look? Since he was first confined here, he had heard the sound of a car multiple times, so he just thought the far-off sound was more of the same. However, the reaction from his captors was, until now, something he hadn't seen before. They jumped, reacting as if shocked by a jolt of electricity, and pressed against the window, cautiously peering outside. They stopped. Somebody from the forestry service? This is bad. Nah, looks like a cop to me. One of the captors lifted the boy by his collar and pressed a blade against his cheek. Hey kid, keep quiet for a bit. I think you know this, but if you try and shout, there'll be problems. Toshiki Inukai was sure that the doctor had reported things to the police. Actually, to our knowledge, he absolutely did not, so... Dr. Irie apparently, looking out for everyone. Meanwhile, just being a big ol' fucking loser. Okay. He'd felt relief when he thought that he was saved, but not imagining that his captors would resort to violence when they were cornered. His anxiety remained unabated. What did he do? Gotta buy time. Take the kid and slip out the back. We'll meet back here when the heat's off. One of the perpetrators grabbed the boy by the collar and forced him to stand. Of course, Toshiki Inukai tried to resist by feigning that his illness had been aggravated by this rough treatment, but his captors paid no heed. Bang, bang, bang. The door was violently banged upon. Excuse me, hello. Bang, 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 bang. The door was banged on again. Toshiki Inukai hesitated for a moment to respond to the voice by yelling. However, while he was being indecisive, his mouth was covered, taking that option away from him. Bite his finger. The leader of the captors waved at the other to go. The young perpetrator nodded in response, and while keeping the boy's mouth covered, started heading towards the back door. Hello, do you need something? How do you do? This is the police. Would you mind opening the door? The sudden rain has us in a bit of trouble. I'll just open. The moment the lock was undone, Oishi forced the door open, and with a gleam of menace in his eyes, he pushed the man aside as he stepped in the room. Then, in the small and empty room, he was able to quickly discern that the boy he was looking for was nowhere to be seen. I heard this was an equipment shed for the forestry service, but there's nothing here at all. There was nothing inside the room that would indicate this was an equipment shed. It was only a mountain of blankets, indicating that somebody was sleeping here, alongside empty food packets strewn about. It's been empty for some time now. Never seen no equipment stored around here. But this is the Forestry Service's building, isn't it? Are you from the Forestry Service? How about, police? The two of them glared at each other suspiciously. Both Oishi and the man steadfastly refused to reveal their identity before the other did. The man, judging from the sharp look in Oishi's eyes, realized that it would be hard to talk his way out of this one. No matter what he said, the most time he could buy would probably be only a few dozen seconds. Only the sound of rain filled this tense moment. Just then, they heard the sound of a struggle from far off. Oishi had a hunch. There was no doubt that Akasaka, who was circling around back, had run into the perpetrators who was trying to slip away. As Oishi thought, the man in front of him reacted a moment faster. The man swung with an attack that was more intended to obscure Oishi's vision rather than actually hit him in the face. Seizing his opportunity, the man aimed a kick at Oishi's groin without any hesitation. Damn, bro, this guy's a Krav Maga master. But he missed his mark and was unable to land the critical, ball-crunching blow. The man, trying to pin Oishi, grabbed him by the base of his neck with both hands and fiercely tried to push him down. But as Oishi fell backwards, as if kicking the man upwards, he dug his foot into the man's midsection. With that leg acting as a fulcrum, the man was flung by the falling Oishi, as if by a circle throw. Damn, now Oishi knows judo? Goddamn. The two of them squared off in the pouring rain. Isn't this interesting? You wanna go? Oishi, as if trying to cheer himself on, grinned smugly. He then stood by. I guess he was holding his coat while he was fighting. I guess they didn't want to draw like another sprite of Oishi. They're just showing it. Oh my god, dude. Oh, it's so dumb. Okay. He then stood up while brushing the mud off himself. Even though he countered the assault, Oishi was getting up rather awkwardly compared to the man who he threw, who swiftly sprang to his feet. Oishi, hurry! Akasaka's voice rang out from the distance. Judging from the distress in his voice, he was already engaged in a fight and wanted Oishi to reconvene with him. But Oishi's hands were full as well. Pull out the gat, baby. Akasaka, sorry, but can you wait a bit? The man raised both fists into a stance that hinted at him being acquainted with karate or some other form of martial art. Oishi hits the fucking Muay Thai pose. Of course, Oishi, as an officer of the law, was decently well versed in judo. Hey, he confirmed it. I was about to say, dude, this guy is... fucking Oishi's gonna hit the Muay Thai pose. He's gonna start fucking throwing knees in the clinch. He also had the moxie to have been through his fair share of fights before. Because of that, he could tell that the man in front of him was quite a bit better at fighting than he was. Damn it. Thinking that this was going to be easy just because the order came from the Sonozaki family to release the hostage had been a big mistake. You're pretty good. It's been a while since I got this worked out. Oishi played off the situation like it was no sweat. His opponent, seeing his attitude, took that to mean that Oishi wasn't going to go down easily. The man wildly charged forward, attempting to grab Oishi. If the man managed a successful clinch from his low stance, Oishi would be tackled to the ground and end up being mounted. Damn, we got some real MMA going on. It was something you saw often when children fought, but it really was a bad position since you couldn't do much once you were in it. Yeah, I mean, most people don't know how to pass guard, or to pass mount, so you get fucked. Oishi, responding to that move, also lowered his stance to collide with the man head-on. The moment they clashed, Oishi grabbed the man's lapel. As he yanked the lapel upwards, he smashed into the man's solar plexus. I love the fucking... with the elbow of the same arm. It was a move from Oishi's own personal brand of brawling judo. He then grabbed on with his free hand and attempted to throw his opponent with both hands. The man lowered his center of gravity and swung his arms in a large arc, entwining them with Oishi's. Not only that, but he had forced both of Oishi's elbows to the outside, and Oishi, now in an awkward position, was in danger of exposing his back, hands still clutching the man's chest. Guy's gonna take your back and put you in the RNC, baby. This guy practiced Aikido or grappling, didn't he? Oishi, cursing the fact that his fingers were twisted into the man's shirt and couldn't get away, released his grip. But he was still in the awkward position of being bent over, and to top it off, at zero range. The man was able to read Oishi's movements completely as he tried to squirm his way into a better position. And then took the palms of his hands and swiftly clapped them over both of Oishi's ears. Clapping the ears in any other martial art, except for self-defense, was basically forbidden. Karate and Judo didn't recognize it as a legal technique. It was that much of a simple and dangerous attack. Really? One second. Oh, you can pop someone's eardrums if you do it properly. Huh. I've never actually even heard about that. Okay. Uishi raised both his hands as he tried to reflexively clutch at his own ears. But before that could happen, the man wrapped his arms around Uishi's neck. His thick biceps clenched firmly around the base of Uishi's neck like a vice. Uishi's getting that blood choke. Uishi instinctively thought he was going to be killed. After all, it wasn't hard to believe that a man like this, who was accustomed to fighting, could crush his opponent's neck from this position. He's got him in the rear naked choke, the RNC, baby. But his opponent didn't do that. He had chosen to keep hold and force Uishi to lose his consciousness. That's why Uishi at that moment, even though his face was twitching, was grinning widely. Even though his opponent had a chance to kill him, he didn't choose to. He was thinking, this guy has no intention of killing me. Uishi, fight the hands, dude, fight the hands! You gotta get out of this. However, even though that might be the case, this man's hold on his neck was by no means gentle. In no time at all, Uishi's consciousness began to fade. Having the experience of being taken down countless times in judo during his student days, Uishi was utterly resigned to the fact that it was over. Until Akasaka came in with that motherfucking get! Akasaka was finally recovering from the intense pain of being kicked in a rather sensitive area. He had bumped into the captor carrying the boy to the back entrance. He had seen Toshiki Inukai's picture plenty of times, but wasn't able to immediately ascertain if the boy in front of him was the real deal with his mouth covered in packing tape. Also, with his limited experience, it wasn't hard for him to panic over how to deal with the situation. Of course, the perpetrator didn't overlook his momentary lapse. His kick landed squarely in a critical spot, with Akasaka not even having time to call for help. As the man flung the boy over his shoulder, he headed towards the front of the shed. But upon hearing Uishi's bellowing voice, he gave up on going in that direction. He then dashed off towards the forest. As if the weight of the boy slung over his shoulder wasn't even there, Akasaka was lost for a moment. Meeting up with Uishi, who was fighting with the enemy, was by far the safer option. But he couldn't just lose sight of the fleeing man. Akasaka stood up and chased after the captor's back. He ran through a short thicket, branches and fallen leaves crunching underfoot. The tips of the branches raked and clawed at him, small scratches inscribing themselves on his body one after another. He kept on stepping into puddles and mud, and his shoes were soon filled with murky water. For Akasaka, traveling through this unexplored forest was, even though this was an emergency situation, extremely unpleasant. "Stop! This is the police!" As he said that, he regretted it immediately, as it was but a waste of breath. There wasn't a thief in the world that would politely stop when told to by the police. To a city boy like Akasaka, running through this forest was an arduous task. However, it must have been no easy task either for the man carrying the minister's grandson. Dude, Toshiki, you gotta start fucking biting this guy's ears, like gouging his eyes, do whatever you can, man. Neither gained nor lost ground in his pursuit. Akasaka, upon realizing that, gained back a bit of composure. Just keep on chasing him. We're running in the same conditions. In fact, the man running with an awkward stride was at far more of a disadvantage. They couldn't run forever. Eventually, he'd definitely trip and fall. As long as he was being hounded, he would definitely stumble. Soon his wish was fulfilled. Whoa! The man who had stepped in something and lost his balance was no longer able to bear the weight of the boy, dropping him. Akasaka, in all honesty, didn't care about the perpetrator at all, just as long as he could ensure the safety of Toshiki Inukai. If the perpetrator ran off by himself, it was perfectly acceptable. But it seemed that Toshiki Inukai was important to the man as well, and didn't choose to just run away empty-handed. Akasaka didn't know what to do in this kind of situation. His first priority should probably be to ensure the safety of the boy, subduing his captor being less important. Grappling with the perpetrator wasn't something he planned on, but most likely, it was either do or die. Akasaka's moment of indecision proved to be fatal. The man aiming right between, or rather, for both of Akasaka's eyes, struck out with a jab. Not wanting that, Akasaka raised both hands to shield his face. At that moment, the man kicked at his unguarded midsection. The pain almost felt like his vital organs were being squeezed out of his body, but he latched onto his opponent's leg. He got the trap, dude! But his opponent didn't hesitate one bit. Leading with the seized foot, the man jumped at Akasaka, applying pressure and pushing him down. Akasaka was unable to withstand that and fell, but under no circumstances was he letting that leg go. The two men fell together in a tangled heap. Bro, pull out the gat. That's all I'm saying. The man was desperate to pull his leg free from Akasaka, but having fallen in an awkward position, he was unable to. two of them rolled around on the ground, floundering about trying to gain an advantage. But Akasaka, who was holding onto his opponent's knee with both hands, and that opponent, who had complete freedom to move his upper body, were in two completely different situations. The man gained a positional advantage on Akasaka, who was still latched onto his leg and couldn't move away, and pounded full force on his head with both of his fists. Not only that, he found a rock nearby and beat it against Akasaka's skull. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The difference between being hit with a fist and being hit with a rock was vast. Akasaka quickly thought of letting go of the man's leg to free his hands and protect his head, but if he let go, the man would get away. If he didn't dig in here, everything would be for naught. The boy he was trying to save was right there. He was going to save him and go back to Tokyo. If he could do that, then it was goodbye to this freakish village. Bang, crack, thud. Without looking, I could tell my forehead had split open and was gushing blood, but I didn't let go of the man's leg. How could I? I won't let go. When the man realized that no matter how much he beat my head, he wasn't getting away, he used both his hands to grab my throat as if to crush my windpipe. I pulled my head back as a slight form of resistance, but it was of no use. The man's hands enveloped my neck and began to crush it like a vice. It was less about the pain of not being able to breathe, so much as it was choking so hard I felt like I was going to throw up. I felt like my stomach was going to turn itself inside out. That actually be kind of a pog strat. You get choked, you just fucking... But I could only endure it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. My throat hurts. I won't let go. I can't let go. I didn't want to be here. I wanted to resolve this and go back to Tokyo. Go back to Tokyo and talk to Yuki. And all about our unborn child. We were going to talk about our bright future. I had no intention of loosening my grip. However, it loosened just a bit and the man's leg came free. The man kicked as hard as possible and I tumbled backwards. My head was spinning and I was unable to get up right away. No, I couldn't even put any strength into getting up in the first place. Even so, I couldn't back down. If I let him escape now, this chance would never come again. Even just catching their scent was nothing short of a miracle. If we weren't able to get the minister's grandson back here, there wouldn't be another chance. The man tried to drag the boy to his feet, but the kid was displaying some unexpected resistance, allowing me to get up unnoticed. I grasped the rock the man had just beat me over the head with. Now it's my turn. Yeah! The rock should be able to supplement what meager strength I had left, adding more than enough power to my attack. My fist, wrapped around the rock, dug into the side of the man's... Why would you not hit his head, you monkey? Seems like it hurt him quite a bit. Ugh. The man rolled around for a bit, clutching his side. How is Akasaka more of a hard ass, being able to take more punishment than this fucking guy who's apparently some trained martial artist? Like, what? Free from the man's grip, the boy hid behind me. Oops. Toshiki Inukai, right? I've come to help you. To the boy, those were the words he was waiting for the most, but the crisis was still not over. That was because even though he was still clutching at his side, the man had gotten up again and had taken a fighting stance. You know, there's a good saying they say, right? No martial art is gonna beat the 4-5, okay? So pull out the fucking gun and put some holes in this guy, okay? Like, I don't know, man. This seems really silly. You have more than reasonable cause to stop this dude. I could see the resentment, or I could see in the man's eyes the resentment at the pain I had caused him and the confidence that he could still beat me. If we were to clash head on again, he might not even stop if my head were split open. Stop resisting. Surrender quietly. You should just hand the boy over. Do you want me to snap your neck? Who would listen to you now? Reinforcements are already on their way. There's nowhere for you to run. The man reacted adversely to the words reinforcements. That was because he now knew that arguing like this wasn't just a waste of time, but put him closer to danger. Realizing that, the man shifted mental gears almost too quickly. Then let's finish this fast. How about this? What the man pulled from his back pocket was of all things a gun. Of course I'm a police officer. It's not like I don't know what a gun is. But having one pointed at me was something I'd never experienced before. Was it real? Just assume it was. Why would you take the... God, I hate when they... I know it's just like more info, but don't be a dumbass. Of course it was. There's no way to be a replica in a situation like this. Both your hands behind your head and lay down quietly. Don't get cocky, you villain. I won't do anything you say, okay, Batman? You stupid idiot. I love it. You stupid idiot. You don't know what this is without me shooting you with it? Then shoot. Reinforcements will hear the gunshots and head right over here. Are you stupid? We're in the middle of a forest, and on top of that, it's raining. They'll never hear a thing. As long as he still held that gun, no matter how much I yelled at him, I was at a distinct disadvantage. But I still had a fighting chance. If I were in his shoes, instead of wasting time yelling at each other like this, I would just shoot him and take the boy. Exactly. Dude, this tilts me more than anything in, like, shows and movies and games. Like, you have all the leverage in this situation. Just fucking shoot him. What are you doing, like, this weird, like... Just do it, man. Like, what are you waiting for? That way was the fastest and would suppress any sort of further resistance from him. But the man was demanding my surrender without having fired a shot. Maybe it was a fake gun, meaning that he either didn't want to shoot or couldn't. In other words, the man in front of me was soft. If I could buy even just a little more time, factors that would lead to my victory were numerous. Oishi was probably on his way, and the reinforcements we called for before coming here should already be well on their way too. I think I totally butchered that. Oishi was probably on his way, and the reinforcements we called for before coming here should already be well on their way too. No, maybe I didn't. But not only that, they should have contacted the local police box. What? Without a doubt, somebody stationed in the village would be here much quicker than that. Damn it! Do I have to put a bullet in you to understand how dangerous this thing is? There's no escape. Don't add to your crimes. At that moment, I heard the rustling of foliage and heavy footsteps approaching. Oishi was coming. It was a whole new ballgame. The men couldn't have more than one gun. Oishi, over here, huh? I had thought that time was on my side, but I failed to even imagine that the enemy could also have reinforcements. You could tell the man who had just appeared was one of the perpetrators just by looking at him. What are you doing? If you don't hurry up, the police will get here. Stop lollygagging. Damn it. What happened to Oishi? Ah, the chubby fella? He's down for the count. Hee. He is? Damn it. The boy, sensitive to the impending danger, curled up behind my back. How could this be, damn it? Your buddy isn't coming. Serves you right. Shoes on the other foot now. As I backed up against a large wall while still protecting the boy, the second man also pulled out a gun. Won't be saying this twice. Put your hands on your head and lie down. I refuse. Bang. Okay, that was not a fake gun. As I shouted in protest, blood erupted from my left shoulder. It took a few moments to register that I had been shot. Compared to the one from the movies and TV dramas, the first actual gunshot I heard was simple and mundane. In fact, the sound was much more akin to the small fireworks I used to buy from the corner store as a kid. But there was no comparing the pain. It was a fear you knew only after you'd been shot. Sir, are you okay? Are you okay? The boy in his confusion tugged at my clothes, agitating the wound even further. I wanted to put on a bold face and reassure him. My voice was hoarse and had the opposite effect. I'm alright. I've already called for backup. There'll be a full squad here soon. It'll be quicker to put one through your head before the cops get here. The family said no needless killing, so I'm taking it easy on you. Don't mess with me, or I ain't holding back. This was bad. It was very, very bad. The second man was a completely different beast than the first. He had no signs of indecisiveness or mercy. If this man said he'd shoot, he'd shoot. He wasn't somebody that a man like me could buy time from. I really hated to admit it, but at that moment, the image of Yuki's smiling face crossed the back of my mind. I knew what that meant. I was warning myself to not throw away my life over a matter of pride. Of course I didn't want to die here. I was just starting a new life with Yuki, and I wanted to see the face of our soon-to-be-born child. Why would I risk my life for some minister's grandson when I was at such a critical juncture in my own life? I need to stop rambling at myself. What do I do now? Give up the boy and extend my own life? What a good idea. Everybody's life is precious. My own life was in danger. Nobody would blame me. God damn it, it hurts. If I had known it would be this painful, I wouldn't have played the tough guy. My biggest miscalculation, though, was that the sound of the gunshot was far quieter than I had imagined. If it was only that loud, it would be drowned out by the rain in the forest. It wasn't something that somebody far away could hear. Oh, shit! A quick save on this, as you can see. Because, what I would say here is watch for an opportunity. Shit. I can't afford to die in a place like this. I need to survive and return to Yuki's side. For a moment, I catch a glimmer of hesitation in the eyes of the man holding the gun. This guy is unsure about shooting at me. If so, maybe. If I jump at him now, I could... What? Gee, you damn bastard. Okay, so it wasn't the play. In a flash, everything before me grows dark, and my conscience leaving behind. Yeah, well, I don't think this is the play. I don't think this is the play. It was only after my body temperature rapidly came down and a burning sensation in my chest turned numb that I realized I had been shot. Really, dude, trying to save the kid is a bad end? Unbelievable. Yeah, I think it's because it's It was an option I had that I could have enabled. Unfortunate, man. Damn it. Wait, just wait. I don't want to die. And I don't want to kill you. As long as you understand. Don't shoot, okay? Don't shoot. I have a wife waiting for me at home. I don't want to die. I won't shoot as long as you don't yell or nothing. Just quietly put your hands over your head and lie down. Will you really? Will you really? You'll keep your promise, right? It's a promise between men. I will. It's a promise between men. Keep your promise. Keep it. You're gonna get down on the ground, okay? I'm getting down. I'll keep my promise to stop pointing that gun at me. You're still thinking of shooting me, aren't you? You want to shoot me, don't you? Want to get down on the ground. You're just gonna shoot me in the back of the head, aren't you? I won't. Fine. I'll put it away. I'll put the gun away. It's a promise between men. I bet you now Oishi's gonna like wake up and he's like, hello, it's me, Oishi. He's gonna help. No problem now, right? Yep. Absolutely no complaints. See, I knew it, dude. I should have fucking trusted in bro Oishi. It was over in a flash. The moment he lowered his gun, Oishi didn't let his chance slip by. Oishi had been assessing the situation for quite some time from behind the two men. But since they had their guns trained on me, he didn't really have a chance to jump in. Seeing the look on Oishi's face, indicating that he wanted me to create an opening, I took on that role completely. Well, I mean, if I knew that, I would have done it. Oishi forcefully lifted the arm that was holding the gun. He then took the gun from the man's hand in only an instant. The other man, who was a bit slow in grasping what was happening, pointed his gun at them. With his ally grappling with Oishi, he couldn't pull the trigger. If that man was the one that was wrestling with Oishi at that moment, he might have shot without hesitation. But this man wouldn't shoot. He couldn't shoot. Oishi kicked the other man away, and while aiming his stolen gun with his left hand, pulled out his own. He's akimbo! Yo! With guns akimbo, he was aiming at both men at the same time. I do believe that's checkmate. It was perfectly played, but heedless of the guns pointed at them, the men shouted scram as they scattered away at full speed. It was over in an instant. Those two running away without putting up a fight was honestly unexpected. Oishi, quietly clicking his tongue in admonishment, slipped both guns into his pants pockets. Those guys know their stuff. What do you mean? An officer won't fire at somebody who's fleeing. I want to keep my pension here. Well, Oishi, if you were in America, you would. So, I guess this is an NA cop moment. Oishi and I grinned at each other. Are you Toshiki Inukai, the grandson of the Minister of Construction, Inukai? Yes. There's going to be a major incident. We probably only cut the tail off the lizard, though. Oishi smiled amusedly. The fact that the Onigafuchi Guardians, or rather the Sonozaki family behind them, was pulling the strings was apparent, but proving it wouldn't be easy. And with the apologies to Oishi, this incident was unlikely to go public. If this caused an uproar, it would obviously lead to the minister losing his office. With HQ having decided that doing so was in the national interest, this would probably be cleaned up quietly. It might be a rough way of saying it, but this was born in the shadows and was going to die in the shadows. Oishi probably already understood the implications behind this incident. For the time being, let's cordon off the area, since it seems that one of them still has a gun. After that, let's get Inukai to safety and get you to the hospital. The tension in the situation faded, the pain from the gunshot wound in my shoulder blossomed once again. My forehead was also stinging painfully, and had grown hot enough to start a fire. Thinking that the tension had caused me to sweat, I wiped my forehead, but what came off was a large amount of blood. I realized that my shirt had been stained bright crimson from the blood flowing from my head. I turned around. The boy was safe and sound, without doubt. There would probably be an investigation on the men who ran, but that was for another day. At this point in time, I could safely say we had cleared the major hurdle of securing the boy's safety. As soon as I recognized that, it felt like the lights in my head had been hit by a power failure, almost a power surge. And I fucking died. My knees buckled from underneath me, the ground there feeling as soft as a cloud. It didn't feel unpleasant even as I was covered in the rain-soaked mud. Oishi came closer, asking if I was okay, but somehow I couldn't tell. I turned off the switch to the last light in my head, and I fucking died. The exhaustion enveloped me. Sleep. Something softer than any blanket wrapped around me. Oh. Okay, one sec. I gotta see what I'm eating for dinner, because it's like 6:30. I haven't eaten yet. Un momento. I'll be back, like 2-3 minutes. Hey, I'm back. Okay. Oh, no, I'm having dinner, so I guess we're just going. I'll stop whenever I have it. Not stop for the night, but, you know, for the time being or whatever. A very kind person. This is gonna be me in the hospital. Patients admitted to the hospital can only accept calls at fixed times. That's why she wouldn't be receiving a call from him today. Yesterday, she had teased him that he got lonely easily, so he might have struggled with the idea of calling her sooner. But it was much easier to imagine. Rather than he... Jesus, then he might just be too busy to call. He's just that type of person. Yuki, whispering that, smiled to herself. The announcement that visiting hours were over played over the hospital intercom along with some music. She exchanged pleasantries with the family of the patient that was staying in the same room as her. Probably eager for his mother to be discharged, their small child was wearing a beaming smile. That child's mother was pregnant in the bed next to mine with what may be their new brother or sister. They were probably ready to burst with the expectations, dreams, and worries of having a new sibling. The joys of a growing family. Bathing in those warm feelings, I stroked my own belly, which had grown quite large. I had talked with him about how many children we wanted to have. We talked about how if we had 3, it would certainly be lively. However, there was the inescapable worry of whether I would be able to handle giving birth that many times. There isn't a mother out there who would hate to give birth because of that worry, though. Yuki, smiling as she said that to herself, gently stroked her stomach. The Metropolitan Public Safety Division. The place where that man's sense of justice had led him. That person was actually a very gentle, very fragile person. He didn't talk much about the specifics, but I didn't think he was suited for the assignment he was on right now. But, as long as he said he was going to try his best, I would watch over him warmly. Your father, you see, is a very hard worker, you know? Coochie coochie coo. Yuki seemed to be enjoying herself as she talked to her own belly. At that moment, Yuki suddenly became concerned about something and looked out the window. It used to be this time, long ago. She remembered when she was little. Around this time in the countryside where her grandmother lived, the Higurashi would fill their air in the chorus. Oh! Oh! Oh ho 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 ho! Do we have a Hinamizawa here? This was the middle of Tokyo. Unlike in the countryside, you couldn't hear the song of the Higurashi. But for some reason, at that moment, Yuki felt that she wanted to hear that song. What an utterly pointless tip. Okay. That was my first time losing consciousness. Well, actually, that's not true. I mean, you sleep every night, do you not? So... But... You often hear of regaining consciousness on top of a bed, but this was my first time actually experiencing it. Oh, this fucking loser. Hello, are you okay? Realizing that I was awake, a young doctor called out to me. I didn't intend to respond, but it seemed my body language had told him I was conscious. My head was wrapped in bandages. The scratches all over my body had also been treated. My sense of pain also returned with my consciousness, causing me to groan from the intense pain shooting all throughout me. Don't try to get up, just stay lying down, please. It seems he took quite a few blows to the head. I want you to stay rested so we can monitor your condition for at least the next 24 hours. Where is this? This is my clinic. Pleased to meet you. My name is Irie. Remember that this young doctor was the one in the car headed the opposite way earlier. Is there somebody here? Where's Oishi? I'll call him over. There's no smoking inside the clinic, so I had him smoke outside. Dr. Irie left the room to go call Oishi. The scenery outside the window was tinted with gold. The pouring rain had stopped, with the voices of the Higurashi heralding the cooling temperature. I felt that the tone of the Higurashi's voices was comforting. Eventually I could hear heavy footsteps coming closer, which I reckoned to be Oishi's. The fog that was enveloping my head slowly faded back to reality. What had happened since then? What had happened to the boy? What about the reinforcements from Tokyo? Sorry, I was just thinking about this now because my original theory was that, my original theory was that this guy's Tomatake and that Yuki would be Takano. But the problem is, I don't know if that's even true at this point. Because, like, I'm thinking about this, right? Well, not that it's couldn't be true. But the question more so being, like, let's assume that what I did say is true. Then in the future, one, where's their kid? Right? We know at least from that, which I guess I should put this in my notes, that, So then the question would be, like, what happens to their kid? Obviously, it's 5 years' time. Like, a lot of things could happen, so we don't know. But, Yuki seemed to be kind of similar to Takano at first, but not so much more recently. Guess it's hard to know, though. Where the fuck is my mouse cursor? I can't find it. Oh, there it is. The door to the room flew open, allowing Dr. Irie and Oishi to enter. There's no serious damage, is there? I can't promise that. I assessed the wound to his head. Oh, I assessed the wound to his head was dangerous the moment I saw it. Sorry, I was confused by that sentence. Got it. I want to have a little chat alone with him for a bit. Would you mind? Yeah, go ahead. Call me if anything happens. Oishi, after basically forcing Dr. Irie outside, shut the door. How you feeling? It's something I'm not used to, so I'm pretty banged up all over. Oishi brought over a folding chair that was leaning against the wall and sat down beside the bed. Were the perpetrators arrested? Unfortunately, no. They probably already fled the prefecture or are being hidden by the villagers. Well, we won't let them get away. What about the minister's grandson? They're taking care of him at the station, but your colleagues from Tokyo are rather insistent that nothing can be recorded. Shige doesn't like that too much. The kidnapping was a confidential matter, so his custody was also probably being kept under wraps. How the kidnapping of the minister's grandson would be handled, how it would be covered up, treating it like it never happened, would be handled by the brass. If this case ended without the nation going into an uproar about it, then our job had been done. This is silly, but I want to know why... Okay, before I search it up, I was thinking, like, why do they call top-ranking people the brass? And I'm thinking that's because top-ranking people would have medals, and medals were made of brass. That's my thinking. I'm gonna search this up real quick. God, dude, I'm so fucking smart. Brass is a term used to denote officers. It comes from a time that enlisted personnel had cloth badges of rank, but officers had brass emblems. Jesus fuck, I'm so good. God, I surprise myself every day. The possibility that the minister had negotiated with the perpetrators couldn't be ruled out, but something like that was no longer my concern. My role in this this case was over. Sorry for the trouble. You must think that public safety is a rather unseemly place, don't you? No. We all work on the government's dime. Oishi laughed boisterously. When we first met, I was somewhat prejudiced against Oishi, but now that feeling was gone completely. It'd be more convenient for us if this case was handled properly instead of being hidden away. If that happened, we would be able to have something to go at the Sonozaki family with, since they were behind it all. Well, if we just start poking around, we'll get all sorts of pressure put on us, though. What a mess. You're gonna continue the fight against the Sonozaki family after this. Nah. There's all sorts of dark rumors swirling around them, but it's not like I have a personal grudge. It'd be wise not to step on any toes here. Okay, let me write this down, because we've never actually known about, like, the motivations for Oishi. I can't wait to pace this. Mind you, we're like halfway through the game. Not even really, considering this is a short chapter. When I'm done all this, I'm gonna paste all my notes into like a Word document, and I just want to see what the word count comes out to. Nah. Okay, I don't need to read this again. At least she laughed happily, and I couldn't help but laugh along. Oh, that's right. There was word at the station from the prefectural police. Your colleagues arrived in Nagoya and are driving up here right now. You got your battle scars, so you're being recalled to Tokyo, apparently. That's how it's shaken up. Good job. Your work in Okinomiya is safely over. I was being recalled to Tokyo. I inadvertently breathed a sigh of relief when I heard those words. I'm deeply thankful for your cooperation, Oishi. Seems the collaboration fee I paid you didn't go to waste. Ha ha ha. I kinda meant that as a joke, though. Oishi took out his wallet, casually pulled out several large bills, and jammed them into the breast pocket of my shirt. Man. Oishi is bro-ishi. There's no way he's not. I'm putting this down. This is just for my own sake. I don't even care. This won't be relevant. Okay, wow. This isn't a refund on the collaboration fee here. This is just me gifting you a little spending money. The booze around here is pretty good. Use this to buy yourself a little souvenir. Oishi flashed me a grin. If your injuries turn out to be not too serious, call me before you head back to Tokyo, will you? The old man and Sato said they'd like to sit at a table with you again. Oh my, can't refuse that. And no tricks this time. Just some plain old fun. Oh god, my mom turned on the vacuum. It's not coming through yet, but if she gets closer to my room, I'll have to turn it off. What is she even vacuuming, though? We don't have carpets. What? And no tricks this time, just some plain old fun. They always say that. This world is done for if an active officer can cheat that blatantly. It's not often that we meet someone who's more than a match for us. It's too bad you're going back to Tokyo. When I heard the words going back to Tokyo from Oishi, I was reminded once again that I was relieved from my duties. Soon Yuki would be giving birth. It might still be possible to attend the delivery that I had once time given up on. When I thought that, the pain from my injuries became trivial. I wanted to hurry back to Tokyo and see Yuki at once. Can you pretend that your injuries are a bit more serious and hang around Okinomiya for a bit? I can introduce you to a few nice places. Of course I won't make you pay for everything. I'm terribly sorry, but I'll have to take a rain check on that. My wife is due to give birth any day now. I want to hurry back home. Oh my, I didn't know that. You shouldn't be hanging around here. You have to hurry back home. For a while after that, Oishi asked all sorts of questions about my wife, teasing and bantering with me. Man, dude, Oishi really is bro-ishi. What a guy. Well then, how do you feel? Think you can get up? Yeah, it's not so bad thanks to you. I can get up and walk no problem. I stood up and shuffled around a bit, which seemed to amuse Oishi. Nah, I just thought you might not feel comfortable at a hospital in Hinamizawa. Dr. Irie said he wanted you to stay overnight, but we still haven't caught the perpetrators. For the time being, this is enemy territory for you after all. Are you saying that this hospital isn't safe? It's also not really, isn't it a clinic? Well, Dr. Irie is someone who's well regarded in the community. I don't think anything will happen while you're here, but I'm more worried about your mental health. I'd relaxed a bit now that things had progressed this far, but it was exactly as Oishi had said. When I realized that this was enemy territory, I suddenly felt uncomfortable. What the only thing left for me to do was leaving. This is... Sorry, sometimes I get to read these sentences weird. Well, the only thing left for me to do was leaving. I would think you would say, when the only thing left for me to do was leaving. The chance that I would come to harm was logically fairly low. That didn't mean I was completely safe. That's right. I'm just going to be lying down, and doing it in a hotel bed won't be all that different. Right. I also think that's for the best. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of the clock over Oishi's shoulder. It was the evening. The hours when I would call Yuki at the hospital were almost over. I wanted to tell her as quickly as possible that I would be soon back at her side. I want to call Yuki at the hospital. Is there a public phone in the lobby? Hahaha, you newlyweds are all like this. If I recall correctly, there's one by the register. I'll be waiting here, so go ahead. Oishi, laughing while saying that he was jealous, opened up the window and pulled out a cigarette, even though he was in a hospital room. Appreciative at how considerate Oishi was, I set out to the lobby to find the phone. Oh god, I might have to mute. Okay, it's not picking up, which is good. I don't know how, but... The lobby was just a short distance down the hallway from the hospital room. I thought that this hospital was a bit too grand for a village like this, but of course, it was nothing compared to the general hospital Yuki was admitted to. Wow, dude, I'm surprised it's not being picked up. The vacuum is like right outside my door. Not really, it's like a room over, but I thought this hospital was a bit too grand for a village like this, but of course, there's nothing compared. I think I literally just read this line. Running inside a hospital wasn't the best of manners, but calling hours would soon end, so I dashed over in a hurry. There was nobody else in the lobby. It may have been the evening, but there was nobody at the reception desk. Well, this might actually be lucky for me. I wasn't planning to have a conversation to feel guilty about, but it'd still be embarrassing to have someone listen to the conversation between me and Yuki. Taking a quick look around, I soon found the payphone. Digging around in my pockets, I grabbed a few coins. I was calling Tokyo from here, so I would burn through this amount fairly quickly. I picked up the receiver and inserted a coin, then dialed a number for Yuki's hospital, which I had completely memorized at this point. Whir. The number for Yuki's hospital had a lot of 8s and 9s, so dialing it in inevitably took some time. Oh yeah, because if it's a rotary phone, you gotta wait for the fucking... Normally it wouldn't be a big deal, but currently, any time was precious. However, I felt that something was strange as I was dialing the number. I don't know exactly how to put it, but it was as if the receiver was too quiet. The unique white noise from the... Oh no, did the telephone line get cut? Somehow, I felt that I wasn't getting any feedback from the phone. Without feeling a response, I hung up the receiver to try again. The coin popped out from the return slot. I reinserted the coin and began dialing once again. Dude, because this is landlines, right? So what if the fucking landline's cut? But the receiver was still dead silent. What is this? Is it disconnected? While I was wasting time like this, the amount of time I had to spend talking to Yuki was shrinking, or began to shrink. I began to feel needlessly impatient. Excuse me? I felt the presence of someone on the other side of the glass, so I called out. There was an immediate response, and a man who seemed like a pharmacist came over. Yes, how can I help you? Pardon me, this phone seems to be acting a little strange. Can you take a look at it? The man came over and tried testing various things with the receiver pressed to his ear. Come to think of it, this was someone who worked at a hospital, not someone from the phone company. Just as I didn't know much about the phones, neither would he. Huh? What's this? The man held up the cord that connected the phone to the wall. It was completely severed. No! What the heck is that? Well, this is a dilly of a pickle. What the fuck is this? Can't do anything with this until somebody from the phone company comes and fixes it. If you're looking for a phone, do you want to use the one in the office? I didn't want the people in the hospital office around while I was talking. Is there another payphone close by? Let's see. If you leave here and follow the road, you'll come out... Dude, Akasaka's gonna fucking die. You'll come out into the shopping district. I think there's a smoke shop on the corner around there. If you head that way, you should be able to find one soon enough. I was dressed in a hospital gown. I was wearing sandals on my feet. My head was wrapped in bandages. Just looking at me, you could tell I was a hospital patient. No matter how you looked at it, I was not dressed to be wandering around outside. But that's where the impetuousness of youth came in. I think I read that wrong, but... No, maybe I didn't. Choosing the chance to talk to Yuki for even a little longer, I headed outside in my current state. Dude, this guy's gonna get fucking gatted. Following the road to the shopping district. Should be able to find one soon enough. With only those 2 lines as my guide, I ran outside the gates of the hospital. With the village nestled in a valley, when the sun set, it got dark quickly. The sparse streetlights lit up enough to start attracting moths. The Higurashi, knowing the time for their chorus was soon at a close... Sorry, 1 second, Okay, never mind. Redoubled their fragile cries. Finding the payphone wasn't as easy as the person in the hospital had suggested. Was it still up ahead? Did I miss it already? Was I just getting farther away? Just as I was about to be crushed by the wave of uncertainty towering over me, I found a shop on the corner with cigarettes written on a small sign. My joy spurred me onwards. The funny thing is, though, we already know that he doesn't call Yuki, right? Because from that payphone thing, or from that last tip, she said that visiting hours were over and the time to call had passed. My joy spurred me onwards. Just as I had heard at the hospital, set next to the counter of the cigarette shop, was an antiquated payphone. I wasn't wearing a watch, so I didn't know what time it was. Probably didn't have much time left, though. It was enough. Just as long as I could tell Yuki my job was done and I'd be coming home soon. Picking up the receiver, I slid a coin down the slot. But I felt that something was strange, just like at the hospital. Even after inserting the coin, the phone showed no response. I hung up the receiver and tried putting in the coin one more time. But there was absolutely no response. The phone was dead. It couldn't be. Thinking that, I felt along the cord that protruded from the back of the phone. Doing that, my hands found the end of the line completely severed. Dude, so someone has cut all the phone lines. And the weird thing is, they've also done it inside the hospital. I'm going to give you a hot take here, okay? I don't trust Coach at all. I don't like Coach, okay? I don't know about this dude. I don't like him. Something's up with this dude. He's a questionable lad, okay? He's done some weird things in the past. So, what is this? Having now had the same thing happen twice, my bafflement was accompanied by a sense of unease. Okay, sorry. It seemed that the cord had been severed cleanly by a sharp blade of some kind. And I may be mistaken, but it didn't look like much time had passed since it was cut. Okay, throw a flag on this play. The fuck? How the fuck are you gonna tell how long it's been cut? What? This isn't like a plant. The line's not gonna grow after you cut it. Like, what? Excuse me. Hello? Opening up the booth window of the tobacco shop, I looked for someone in the dimly lit interior. Eventually, there were the sounds of somebody plodding down some stairs, and an old lady appeared. The old lady's plodding and lethargic steps, for some reason, only served to make me more frantic. You need some cigarettes. I need to get my husband. I'm not here to buy cigarettes. Rather, this phone here. Realizing that saying the phone was broken and asking them to take a look at it was going to get me nowhere, I swallowed back my words. Sorry, it seems this phone is broken. I was wondering if you could tell me where there's another payphone. The lady moved her jaw up and down slightly as if chewing on the meaning of my words. Seemed that she wouldn't understand until she had digested things thoroughly. So the phone's broken. It's a dilly of a pickle. Okay, stop with this. Should try another payphone. I wonder if it's not Coach, but if all these people are like doing this somehow. You know, like they always said that the village will, look out for each other. Maybe this is their way of looking out for each other. Her way of telling me was so long-winded that I inadvertently started to get impatient. At that moment, I spotted a clock in the dim interior of the store. The minute hand was just about to point straight up. Even if there was a phone right here that I could use, I would only be able to tell Yuki goodnight with the time I had left. On top of that, my destination was a remote payphone, which I didn't know the exact distance to. If I was a normal state of mind, deciding to give up the phone today would have been the natural thought process. But at that moment, I had become somewhat stubborn for some reason. Unable to use the phone in the hospital, and coming out here and still being unable to use one, there was no mistaking that I had become quite insistent on using a payphone. Thank you very much. I'll try looking for the phone booth. I wonder if this is the same phone booth where Keiichi gets killed in Chapter 1. I mean, it's impossible to know. Refusing her offer to draw me a map, I left the tobacco shop. He also sticks out like a fucking sore thumb, like he said. Like, he's literally... He's the sorest of sore thumbs. He's literally walking in a fucking hospital gown with bandages on his head. Like, according to the old lady, even though the phone booth was quite far away, it would be easy to find. If I just followed this road straight down, I'd eventually find it. Sandals flapping as I ran, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. I'll admit that I was quite steadfast about calling Yuki. But there were days when I was tired or busy, when I wouldn't call her. Even today, my entire body was covered with injuries, and I was dead tired. On top of that, there wasn't much time left. It wouldn't be strange at all if today was one of those days I didn't call her. But, having twice been foiled trying to call her, had I become hot-headed about it? Was I like a dog who was being told to stay with a piece of food dangled in my face? What am I doing? Even so, I somehow couldn't quell the uneasy feeling sitting in the pit of my stomach. It was like that with the hospital phone. Same with the tobacco shop. Both cords were definitely not severed from being frayed by long years of use. The clean cuts indicated that someone had taken something sharp and deliberately cut them. But who, and for what reason? The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt, so I tried to push those thoughts aside. How much had I run so far? The scenery around me was no longer that of a shopping district, with residential buildings scattered about the lonely road. The surroundings had already grown dark. I was blatantly out too far for a quick phone call, and it was quite obvious I was far removed from the hospital. I recalled the clock I saw at the tobacco shop. It might almost be time. I had run for quite a bit, so my breathing had grown quite ragged. If I had just wanted to hear Yuki's voice, I should have just thrown away my reservations and borrowed the phone in the office. I mean, exactly. I regretted it a little. Well then, was it about time to give up? Just when I thought that, I saw the light in front of me. I had finally found it. It was a phone booth. This is sort of a monk ass right here, because this is like where Tomatake died, so, you know, a little bit questionable, you know. It seemed that the light in the phone booth had recently been changed, as it shone with a vivid white light. Although in the gloom of Hinamizawa, it was nothing more than a gathering spot for moths. But in any case, I had finally found it. As my hand touched the door of the phone booth, I realized that I was breathing and sweating heavily. I didn't know what time it was right now, but even if it was just for a moment, I might be able to get in touch with Yuki. Since I had spent all this effort getting here, turning back without even giving it a try was out of the question. Before I picked up the receiver, another wave of uneasiness washed over me. I was worried that this phone cord might be severed as well. How was the cord in the phone booth? Squatting down, I followed the bundle of cables as they ran along the corner into the ceiling. At a glance, nothing was out of the ordinary. I ran my fingers as far as I could along the line to check it out. The only thing they found was a thick layer of dust. Nothing out of the ordinary. I wondered if it was popular in Hinamizawa to cut cords of payphones as some sort of tasteless prank. It might be prudent to talk to Oishi about this later. Even if it was nothing more than a prank, it was still vandalism of public property. In any case, this one was fine, this time. Pulling out a coin of my pocket, with one hand I picked up the receiver with the other. But this time, before the receiver ever reached my ear, I felt something was off. The receiver was light. Is it like emptied out? Like, is it hollowed? It was more than a slightly unpleasant feeling. It was almost sickening. To verify the source of my displeasure, I peered at the receiver in my hand with a measure of reluctance. What the hell is this? The coiled cord that connected the receiver to the rest of the phone had been ripped apart, and the tip of the cable swaying in the air. Oh, so it didn't have the cable attached to it. It was all I could do to restrain myself as a raw and unpleasant feeling worked its way up the small of my back. Sure, whatever that means. It was a type of dread. At that moment, I heard the crunch of someone stepping on gravel. The light was reflecting off the glass walls of the booth, leaving me unable to see outside in the darkness. I steeled myself and stepped out of the phone booth. The inside of the booth was lit with that strong light, which might have made it warmer in there. Just stepping outside, I could feel a chill wash over me. And there was a silhouette of a person. A small silhouette. It's Rika. Yeah, the long hair of that silhouette was blown about by the cool breeze. Injured people shouldn't be sneaking out of the hospital. Somewhere in my head, I knew who this girl was. I didn't have any basis for it, but I knew she was that girl. Right, Akasaka? She, Rika Furude, said that almost like it was a warning. Did you do this to the phone cord? Her expression remained unchanged, and my question left unanswered. In other words, no response. Regardless, I felt that she had affirmed my suspicions. Why would you do something like this? Why? Did her model just shift a little bit there when I clicked? I'm gonna watch the stream back here. No, I can't because it already happened. I think I might have jolted a little bit like this. The last word had a tinge of anger behind it. I frantically tried to smooth things out, but she didn't seem very afraid. There's nothing that can be done, huh? I interpreted her words as meaning that I wasn't going to be in time for calling hours at the hospital. But thinking about it, that would have been a strange thing to say. Why would she know something like that? I could take what she had said to have any other meaning. She just stood there like a mannequin, not even moving an inch. Almost to the point that if the wind wasn't occasionally rustling through her long hair, it would be the illusion that time had stopped. I know very well that you think I'm creepy, Akasaka. Fuck, at least someone says it. Huh? No, it's not true. My denial came out almost like a bad piece composed for a poetry slam. But her words were right on the mark. I'd always felt something ominous and uncanny about her, ever since her strange threats at the shrine. Hee. She noticed that my expression was contrary to my words, seemingly laughing at the gap between them. Akasaka, you coward. Tee-hee-hee. I'm not a coward. Being laughed at by the small child didn't sit well with me, so I said that. Even if you find another phone, it's too late. That's right. She didn't even have to say it. I was absolutely too late. I might have already missed calling hours even by the time I reached this booth. I was too late. I had no option but to give up for today. Once I decided that, my unhealthy obsession with phones suddenly faded. Even I thought that it was strange that I was that obsessed. That strange obsession now gone, I began to laugh at how hopeless I was. I mean, just look at what I was wearing. It wasn't normal. A hospital gown and sandals. My head wrapped in bandages and my body completely soaked in sweat. It was a wonder that the old lady at the tobacco shop wasn't surprised to see me. With wanting to hear Yuki's voice as my motive, I had trapezed? I don't actually know what the fuck that is. think it's trapezed, but...
Trapes.
Trapesed. I've never seen that word before in my life. This is where they pulled out the fucking thesaurus. I had traipsed around the town the entire evening. I didn't know whether to call it the follies of youth or simply plain embarrassing. In any case, it was all I could do. It was all I could do but to laugh at myself. Now, there's nothing left for Akasaka to do tonight. You're right, there's nothing. Just quietly return to the hospital. That's fine. Do you know the way? I hope I do. She waved her little hand as I began to head back the way I came. She began to follow alongside me. Looking at her face, I could see she wore a mischievous smile, as if she was extremely interested in whether or not I would get lost. Is Rika's house also this way? It is. Won't your parents be mad that you're walking around alone at this hour? Not really. My parents are busy today, so they probably forgot about me. Even then, it's best if you head on home. They'll definitely be angry. Even if they are, it's much more interesting to talk with Akasaka, so I'm fine. She said that with a face free from worry as she looked up at me once more and smiled. When she showed me that smile, the eerie feeling surrounding her faded. But even then, she was still as mysterious to me as ever. We arrived at the corner I had turned at earlier, but it was much darker than before, and with the point of view changed on the return trip, I wasn't very confident this was actually the corner I turned at. There's no mistake, it had to be this corner. As I began to move my feet again, the girl grabbed onto my clothes. Jesus. Isn't Akasaka going back to the hospital? Of course, at least I intend to. Am I going the wrong way? Short moment of silence. Eventually, still holding onto my clothes, she began to walk. It was the beginning of the walk to the hospital this mysterious girl would take me on. Huh. Okay, we'll just jot more notes about Rika being a fucking weirdo. One second. Okay. That person who was running around cutting on the phone cords was you, wasn't it, Rika? You shouldn't do that anymore. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Really. She tried to play it dumb, but it was written all over her face. It was obvious she was trying to laugh it off, but that adorable smile of hers just made me want to forgive her. Oh, I'm gonna be a horrible father, aren't I? That momentary lapse in tension was erased by her next words. It's good that they found the grandson safe and sound. Unable to respond right away, I sunk into silence. I'd already learned this from Sato's info, didn't I? This girl, no, this entire village knew everything since the moment I set foot in it. I considered playing dumb, but in the end I chose not to. With everything being known already, there was no point in me feigning ignorance. Somehow. That's great. Now you can go back to Tokyo. Thank you. Are your injuries bad, Akasaka? Dunno. Haven't heard anything from the doctor yet, so I don't know if they are or not. Huh? Come to think of it, I vaguely remember being told to lie down and take it easy for at least 24 hours. Does that mean bed rest? The wounded shouldn't be sneaking out of the hospital. People shouldn't be cutting phone cords. Hey, checkmate. I have no idea what you're talking about. And I don't know what you're talking about either. As we played dumb with each other, we both laughed at the same time. If somebody saw us laughing at each other like this, it would probably bring a smile to their lips. The chances of Akasaka leaving this village alive weren't very high. I don't want Akasaka to die, so I'm glad you're leaving the village alive. Rika, you knew who I was, right from the beginning, didn't you? She said nothing but gave a firm nod. Well, then I think you know this, but we're probably somewhat of an enemy to the people in this village, I would think. But you still gave me lots of warnings. That's right. She said it at that time. She wouldn't warn somebody that she was okay with dying. She definitely said something like that. Then I should probably be thanking you. You probably should. I'm your savior. Saying that, she puffed up her chest proudly. She said it jokingly, but the meaning behind those words were quite heavy. That was because whether I lived or died was a decision that might have been made in a place unbeknownst to me. She said those words with such an adorable smile that it took a few moments of silence for their weight to settle in. I'd been to this place before. She's taking him to the shrine. The guardian's office was there. It was the stone steps leading up to the Furude shrine. When I passed by before, I was so focused on finding a phone booth I hadn't realized where I was. If I recall correctly, this shrine is Rika's house, right? Yeah, something like that. Looking up at the shrine grounds, I'm gonna write another note here. What was going on? There's a festival today. Oh no. Is today Watanagashi? No. Just knowing the name is boring. Do you want to take a look? She asked bluntly. But seeing that I looked interested, she climbed up a couple of steps and motioned for me to come. So this is the thing, though. We don't have to really worry about Akasaka dying, to my knowledge at least, right? Because unless Akasaka was a part of cutting the foreman up, which we don't know yet, but as long as he wasn't, he's not a victim. Because we already know who the victims of all 5 years are. I was only going to go back and sleep anyways. If I had nothing else to do, it might not be bad to go with her on a little detour. In the hostile territory that was this village, I didn't know what would happen if I ventured down a side road without Oishi. Even though I thought of the village like that when I was with this girl, I forgot all about it. In any case, excuse me, with the hiccups, even without anything to back it up, I felt that as long as I was with her, none of the ill will from the village would befall me. That's why, even though I knew my cover was blown, I strangely had no qualms about setting foot into the heart of the Onigafuchi Guardian's territory. Climbing up to the grounds of the shrine, I could see there were about 3 pavilions set up, with meeting tables and folding chairs. The old folks from the village, no, the executives of the Guardians, were already quite drunkenly sharing another round of drinks. I could only see it as people from the village council drinking while enjoying the evening air. At the very least, it was certainly quite different than any festival I'd ever seen. See? It's quite a boring festival, isn't it? Haha, this certainly doesn't look like a festival. It's a festival that happened since long ago, but as you can see, it's not like it used to be. Okay. As if to chide the old folks, she said that while looking at them with an exasperated expression. You really couldn't call this a festival anymore. It was just a bunch of neighbors getting together to drink under the guise of a festival. I feel sorry for the deity being celebrated here. Give this sorry excuse for a festival 5 or 6 more years, then everybody in the village will start coming. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so, there was any doubt that Rika knew more, then, it can be dispelled now. The ceremony will also be done properly, and it'll be a respectable festival again. Fuck. What she said was not so much wishful thinking as it was the telling of a future that had already been determined. She wasn't even predicting it, it was almost like she was simply reporting the results. That's how it sounded. Even though it was baseless speculation, the way she said it wouldn't let me interject. It was the same way she talked when she changed. While I struggled to find the words to reply to her, she wandered over to the other side of the grounds, not minding me at all. Not in a state where I could afford to be left behind, I hurriedly followed after her. Passing through a copse of pine trees, a strong and cool breeze ruffled my hair. Dude, they love this fucking thesaurus. There, from that one evening, was the splendid observation platform the girl had shown me. As it had grown completely dark, the modest lights littered across the nightscape were providing a different type of scenery. Looking at it like this village seems tranquil. She said that with an indifferent look on her face. Just the other day, you said that this village definitely wouldn't be submerged by the dam, didn't you? She didn't reply, seemingly relishing in the feelings of the wind blowing through her hair. Didn't that mean at that point in time the minister had already complied with the demands? She spun around, her gaze meeting mine, but she said nothing. She spoke nothing that would neither confirm nor deny what I had just said. This case will probably remain shrouded in darkness. Headquarters probably doesn't want trouble from a scandal with the minister breaking out. There's no mistake that they threatened to kill the grandchild. The negotiations with the minister were successful, and the grandson was released. The one who saved the grandson was you. I wonder about that. The discovery of that wallet that started this chain of events. That alone was almost too convenient, I'd think. I think Rika, maybe might have planted it. Ever since the moment that wallet was discovered, I felt something was odd. Oishi said it as well. The Sonozaki family had given the order to release the hostage, meaning that our little manhunt was a farce to begin with. Come to think of it, I was punch-kicked and had a gun pointed at me. I felt like they put up quite a fight, but that might have all been part of a good performance. Once the negotiations were successful, they couldn't just say, "Here you go," and return the minister's grandson right to his doorstep. They knew that public safety had realized that this was a kidnapping case and were moving in on it. That's why, due to the actions of public safety, the grandson was able to be rescued safely, so the minister didn't give in to any unreasonable demands. That type of performance was necessary. I don't know about these difficult things. Likewise. Even for me, I can't make much sense of it. But there's one thing I can be certain of. It's just as you said. This village won't be submerged. The damn project will soon be over. That wasn't something an officer of the law should be saying, but I naturally let those words slip from my mouth. The village may have stirred up all sorts of trouble, but that was because they were protecting their homes. If somebody just decided by themselves that I had to leave the house I was used to living at, I would resent them as well. On top of that, it wasn't a place like mine where I just happened to be renting it, but a place that their families had lived for generations. It might be ignorant to call their desperate resistance an overreaction. I might not really be qualified to criticize politics or bureaucracy, but deliberately building a dam on land that was loved by its residents wasn't something I could get behind. Still, aren't you glad? Why would that be? At the very least, with this, peace will return to the village. Even though the minister promised to use his considerable influence to cancel the project, it would probably take more than a few months before it would be completely scrapped. At the very least, it would probably take 1 or 2 years. For the villagers to officially hear that their village wasn't going to be submerged at the bottom of a dam was still a ways away. But it was no mistake that the promise of peace returning to the village was there. It turned out from the beginning to end that it had already been decided. Just as the girl had said, it was decided. There wasn't really a need for me to come here in the first place. There was absolutely no need for me to have come here and aggravate an unpleasant situation. If I had never come here, then the grandson's release might have been done in a more amicable manner. Peace. In this village? When I nodded, she laughed as if to admonish me, but her face remained indifferent, expressionless. And then her eyes narrowed slightly as she snickered. Even though every year from now on something bloody will occur. Rika, what are you talking about? Wait, what happened? My document closed. Oh, I don't know what happened there. So I gotta close some of my fucking tabs here. My alt tab page just looks disgusting. What are you talking about? I need to see. What was her quote exactly? As the wind blew her hair about, the girl as if taking pleasure in that. I was the only one who didn't know. Continued to snicker as she looked at my face for a while. You see, in a few years, I'll be killed. Huh? Backlit by the moon, it was hard to tell if her expression that had been cast in the shadow was smiling, amused, or resigned. You will. Why? It's a very unpleasant thing, though. It's also probably been decided already. Decided already? Who would decide that sort of thing? I'd like to know that as well. Turning back to me, she showed a resolute expression for the first time. And after staring into my eyes for a moment, she turned back to gaze at the scenery before she spoke her next words. There's a lot of people who have no regard for human life. Even if I tell you this, it might not change anything though. But if you want to erase the specter of death, sometimes, like with the reflection of the moon on the water, all you have to do is throw a small stone. I had no idea what she was trying to say. It's just, I had to listen to every word with my body and soul, or at least that's what I thought. This day next year, yes, June 1979 on this day, the foreman of the dam construction project will be killed. What? For a moment, I couldn't comprehend what she was talking about. By the foreman, did she mean that gruff old man I played mahjong with? But, be killed? What makes you think? She didn't answer, but she had the same expression on her face as she did when she declared that the dam project would go away. That wasn't the face of somebody making a forecast or a prediction. It was something that was already decided. No, it was as if she was already reporting the results. That sort of expression. That sort of expression. After being killed in a gruesome manner, the body will be torn apart and disposed of. The next year in June of 1980 on this day, Satoko's parents will be pushed to their deaths. Satoko? It was the first time I heard that name, but I didn't have the courage to interrupt the girl's story. It might be an accident, an unfortunate accident. The girl smiled faintly, but she wasn't exactly encouraging me to smile along with the lifeless look in her eyes. And then the year after that, this day of June 1981, my parents will be killed. And then the year after that, this day in June of 1982, Satoko's abusive aunt will have her head split open and die. Okay, wait, this is... Pause. Throw the flag real quick. Woo! Flag on the play, okay? My theory is about to be confirmed, okay? Potentially. If she gives... Because we know that it seems to be prophecy that Tomitake and Takano die, right? Not this year. So let me think about the murders, right? The first one is the foreman, and then the guy that ran away and drowned. The second one was Satoko's parents. The third one was the aunt. The fourth one was... Who was the fourth one? Oh, no, sorry. The third one was Rika's parents. The fourth one was the aunt. And this one here should be this, right? I think that the aunt was the last one because... Yeah. So 1983 is when the game takes place normally. So right now, We're about to find out. If she says, like, you will die, then it proves that I'm Tomatake. And then the year after that, this day in June of 1983, or possibly a few days afterwards, I will be killed. Oh. If all the deaths are preordained, then the last one would also be all according to plan. But then whose plan would it be? Huh. Sorry, I'm writing this down. Because now the question is, if we go back in all the last chapters, this is not necessarily what happened. Oh man. Sorry, I'm writing my notes. Sorry if I'm not continuing here. Okay. If all the deaths are the village is full of murderers and people who have no regard for human life, it would be fine to believe that all the deaths up to 1982 would be the work of somebody in the village. It would be fine to believe that all the deaths that would occur were at the discretion of those who control the village, but that didn't explain what would happen in 83. There was no way that the last death would fit in anybody's plans. They had no regard for human life. Hey, what's up? They would use every means at their disposal to meet their goals, but their goals were at odds with the last death. That's why the last death was unrelated to them. But that last death would most definitely, most likely, probably, without question, happen. Probably, definitely, I dare say. The last death would be a merciful one, a handkerchief or something being placed over their mouth, making them lose consciousness, never to wake up again. Exactly whose plan was that? I want to live happily. That's my only wish. Surrounded by my precious friends, spending our days enjoyably. Only that. I don't wish for anything more than that. Rika. I don't want to die. The girl, stoic as ever, let those last words slip in the end. Eventually, we were discovered by some drunks. Okay. The girl as well as I were dragged back to the festivities. Everybody was completely drunk, so even when they saw my head completely wrapped in bandages, they wouldn't let me leave. Well, certainly, if I was in good enough condition to slip out of the hospital, it must not be that serious. The girl was mingling with everybody, being pampered like a kitten. Her expression was adorable, nothing like the one from just before, predicting her own death and whispering that she didn't want to die. Having said that, having a silly and lively conversation like this, it was hard to believe that these people were the core of an extremist resistance group. Even if it was a shell of its former self, it was a festival where people in the village gathered, so the 20-some-odd folk here should have included some of the village executives and other important members. Among us, there was no doubt there were members that were at the Sonosaki Family Council in attendance. Meaning even if we never met face-to-face before, there were people here who knew my identity. In a small village like this, they knew the faces of all the villagers that lived here. That's why, without even saying anything, it soon became obvious that I was an outsider. But they actually seemed interested by that, asking me all sorts of questions about Tokyo, drinking while musing on the faint relationship the city had with the villagers and empathizing with the rather meager environment. The confidential talks with the minister were finished. His grandson was in police custody. Everything was over. I might not have to be put in another perilous situation. To me, they were only my adversaries because of my job. Outside of that, there was no reason I couldn't be friendly with them. The next time I visited this village, would it return to being a tranquil and beautiful place? If that happened, I might be able to take a relaxed walk around the village with her again. My cup was once again filled to the brim with beer. By the time I was able to get away, it was the middle of the night. The girl had at some point disappeared. It seems that her parents had told her to go home and sleep when she let out a large yawn. The old folks, who had absolutely no remorse for making an injured person hang out with them, told me as much as they laughed. I was just there drinking, so I had thought to help a bit with cleanup. However, my help was refused on the grounds that I was a guest. On top of that, they had a car prepared to take me back to the hospital. Losing the battle against my sleepiness inside the car, I was sound asleep until we reached the parking lot of the hospital. The front door of the hospital was naturally locked at this hour. I wandered around bewilderedly searching for a back entrance until somebody on night duty found out and let me inside. Where were you this late at night? Dr. Irie was worried, you know. Sorry for the trouble. I was held up by the people having a festival at the shrine. Oh, they did say something about everybody in the town council getting together for a drink. My condolences. Are your wounds alright? They're throbbing a bit. It's probably because of the alcohol, I think. Oh, that's right. The detective that was with you wanted to get in touch. Oops. I kept Oishi waiting. I glanced at the clock. No matter how you looked at it, it's way too late to call him now. I'll apologize to him tomorrow over the phone. This is an odd angle. We got a thermometer. I returned back to my hospital room and slipped into the bed that was still unmade from the time I went outside. Now that's no good. I have to turn off the lights. But my wariness had cut the cord powering my body, good meme, lulling me into a deep sleep. That was a pretty short chapter. It says an hour, but I don't know. Felt shorter than that. Maybe because the other ones have been so long. Mother's Diary. There was something I didn't like about my child. I first realized it when I started writing these things down. They never warn you about it in any books about raising children, but they aren't just a plaything. If they aren't able to feel loved even when they're not doing exactly as their parents want them to, then those parents are failures. This wasn't something like that, though. How can I say it? It's probably harder to express with mere words. I just want my child to be average. As long as they weren't falling behind, there wasn't any need for them to excel at something. As long as they acted appropriately for their age, I would have been fine with it. But my child had been different ever since kindergarten. While the children in her class were running around in excitement about the field trip the next day, she only wore a bored look on her face, aloof and distant. When the other kids broke the equipment for the athletics festival and were apologizing fervently, she only wore a bored look on her face, aloof and distant. When the teacher was reading a fun picture book, only she wasn't smiling. Even if they all got to eat a delicious bento, only she wasn't happy. If it was only this, it would still be in the realm of understanding. However, what I don't understand about my child is that if the aforementioned situations happened again, They'd now act in a manner befitting their age. I don't understand the principle behind that as a parent. Why were they indifferent about that field trip but happy about this one? Why were they indifferent about that picture book but happy about this one? Why were they indifferent about that bento but happy with this one? The former and the latter in each situation seem exactly the same to me. There was even times when I thought the former was better. I don't understand that child's feelings. During parent-teacher meetings, the teacher always says the same thing. I would always respond that I don't understand my own child, and we would mope together. My husband, always the optimist, once said that a young child's feelings are different from an adult's, so if there was something we didn't understand, we shouldn't worry about it. I lament his lack of urgency. One day when I was in a good mood, I took the effort to prepare a menu that my child would enjoy, but she only smiled with a vague expression of disinterest. The attitude frankly made me angry, so I hit her on the head. On a day when the weather was nice. The laundry I had just hung up to dry was blown by a large gust of wind, causing the entire line to fall down. But she, watching me try to pick up the laundry in a panic, stood there laughing. The attitude frankly made me angry, so I hit her on the head. I think the same sort of thing happened countless times. Before I knew it, my child was only able to look at me with an indifferent expression on her face. I regret the fact that I've been a bad mother. Thinking I should regain her trust, I thought to get it back little by little with some light interactions. Seeing her do some craft work on the veranda, I called out to her. Rika's mom. Okay, so these past few days have been nice and sunny. I was wondering if this was talking about Yuki and Thingy, or if this was about Rika. These past few days have been nice and sunny. The air feels nice, doesn't it? That child with that indifferent look on her face I hated so much looked up at me for a moment, then without a word returned to immersing herself in craft work. Up until now, I would have hit her on the head for that. But I held myself back. What are you making? Is it a doll? A weather charm. The child was using inserts from the newspaper to deftly make some weather charms. The forecast hadn't called for rain, but that child in her own way was praying that these sunny days would continue. Being able to understand my own child for the first time in a while, I couldn't hide my own happiness. Bringing out a ball of yarn, I began to hang my child's cute weather charms from the eaves of the house. Ah, it's no good, Rika. The heads are too heavy, see? They become reverse weather charms now. If they're like this, they'll call the rain instead of the sun. When I started to take them down, my child tugged at the hem of my shirt as if to stop me. It's because I made them to be upside down. They're fine. But Rika, they're upside down. There won't be a charm that calls for a sunny day, you know? I was making a charm for rain, so it's fine. I desperately suppressed the emotions welling up inside of me. I was trying desperately to understand my child. Oh, I see. The morning glories in the garden were starting to get a little wilted from all the sun, so you wanted some rain, right? That child turned to me with the expression that I hated the most. I got bored of the clear weather. Okay, so that first thing that we got about rainy days, that was Rika. Just can't understand that child. Okay. Okay, my dinner's here. 1 second, I get it. We'll read these 2 tips, then we'll watch a video while I eat my dinner, and then we'll finish this chapter, because I'm assuming that the next chapter is the last one. Mother's Diary 2. Actually, I know the next one's the last one. During the family council, she buried herself under Orio's futon again. Oreo dotes on her unwaveringly. No matter whatever insolence my child commits, she doesn't mind. It's almost as though my child is a kitten or something. Oreo dotes on her exactly like you would with a kitten. As her mother, I chided her for doing that. Until Oreo had said 3 times that it was fine, I chided her as a formality. Of course, she never lends an ear to any of my chidings. Knowing that Oreo's standing was far above mine, she behaves like that. I don't like the cunning that's unbefitting of her age either. In any case, not only Oreo, but the rest of the old folk in the village spoil her too much. One day I was surprised. By chance, on the way back from some shopping, I saw her by herself just at a candy shop. My own child suddenly grabbed a snack, opened the package right there, and started eating it. She didn't make any attempt to pay for it, and she didn't even think of looking around. It didn't even feel like she was shoplifting, more like she was brazenly eating snacks that was offered to her. When I began to admonish my child, the elderly shop owner appeared and covered for her. The owner gave this ridiculous excuse that he said it was okay for that child to eat any of the snacks out by the entrance, so it was fine. When I tried to pay for the snacks that my child had eaten, the owner refused my money. During that exchange, more old folks had suddenly gathered around, and it began to feel like I was the one in the wrong. The elderly people all put their hands together reverently in front of my child repeatedly and voiced their respects. I was born into the Furude family, so it wasn't like I didn't know why she was being treated special. When I was still young, it was something I heard often from my grandmother. I didn't mean to skip that. If by chance the child that I gave birth to was a girl, that child would be the living incarnation of Oyashiro. All the older folk believe she's a living incarnation of Oyashiro and spoil her rotten. And not only do they spoil her, but they even told her she was a living incarnation of Oyashiro. That she had a divine power, and threw all sorts of strange folktales her way. So she may have began to believe that she herself was a special existence. Write that down. I went around and told everybody that it wasn't a good idea for her upbringing, so to stop telling her all these strange things, but there was no uprooting the elderly people's deep-seated superstitions. I told my child not to listen to them, but it ended up being that she stopped listening to me. Between all the old folks in the village who would dote on her and myself who only scolded her, there was no wonder who she would listen to. There was no mistaking that the reason she had become strange was because of the elderly villagers. There was no doubt that they had shoved her full of strange folktales and superstitions since she was young. If it wasn't for that, there was no doubt my child would have been cute and normal. Okay. Odd. Huh. In Mother's Diary 3. One sunny parent-teacher day, there was a cooking class and my child was making curry rice with a practiced hand. While the other children her age were awkwardly using their kitchen knives, that child was wielding hers deftly. The teacher approached me with a smile on their face, saying it must be a result of learning it at home. I managed to play it off with a vague smile and nod in response. That was because I had never once taught my child how to make curry rice. Even then, she was peeling vegetables with a practiced hand, adding them into the pot in the order of which took longer to cook. For a normal parent, they might unintentionally clap their hands together, happy at their child's actions, but in my case it was different. There was no mistaking that somebody had taught her how to make that curry rice when I wasn't taking care of her. Thinking that, I quietly fell into an unpleasant mood. When I asked, it seemed she could also sew and do the laundry. I had never taught her how to do those, and again, never saw her do it around the house. Be it cooking or sewing or the laundry. Again, that was probably because the elderly villagers taught her all sorts of rubbish when I wasn't looking. Not only that, they probably taught her all sorts of strange superstitions, trying to prop her up as the living incarnation of Oyashiro. I said as much to my husband, suggesting that we should keep our child away from the elderly folk, but my husband, who was in the position of being the head priest of the Furude shrine, had little power against the elderly who supported it. He took the rather committed stance of saying that as long as she was being doted on, wasn't it fine? I argued against that she was our child, and she could be a completely normal girl, that what the elderly were expecting, that she was a living incarnation of Oyashiro, was simply odd. The elderly believed that the child has divine powers. We would discuss the weather for the following day, but there were many times when I left the house without an umbrella and came back soaking wet. Rather than having clairvoyance, that was just secondhand knowledge from her watching the news all the time. The things that she knew that she shouldn't have known were just a result of people who were trying to indoctrinate her and people who were gossiping getting together in the village. However, there certainly were days when everybody thought it was going to be sunny all day, and that child would stubbornly not go out without an umbrella. It would occasionally rain, and in the end, we would be saved. There might have also been times where Rika knew of major accidents in foreign countries faster than we did. I thought that she must have heard it break over the radio or something, knowing things she shouldn't have. Something like that was in front of me right now, wasn't it? That child was making curry rice when there shouldn't have been anybody who taught her how to. No, that couldn't possibly be the case. Somebody had taught her, indoctrinated her. When I wasn't taking care of her, somebody had indoctrinated Rika with something. Furude's curry is absolutely splendid. I give it a gold star. Where do you learn to cook, Furude? At home? Yeah, at home. The other parents in attendance were impressed. Lies. All lies. I didn't teach her anything. Who was it? Who was it? Who was the person who had completely indoctrinated my child? She was my normal average daughter, not the living incarnation of Oyashiro. Funny because I'm pretty sure I said this in like the first or second chapter. Like I could pull it up if I really cared somewhere in the document where I was like, this girl knows shit she shouldn't know. Okay, so let me find a video real quick that we can watch while I eat my fucking dinner, and then we can finish this, because I did get the achievement for reading all the tips, which means that the next chapter is the last one. Now the problem is, you know what? We're gonna watch this. Let me mute the game real quick. If I can find the fucking button. Okay, let me switch my screen to a display capture. I'm gonna watch this video. I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing. I'm gonna mute my mic while I eat, just so you know. I should put some text up on screen.
Of the strange research to come out of mid-1900s America, there is little with a legacy as enduring or as terrifying as the Mouse Utopia experiments. Taking place throughout the 50s, 60s, and early 70s, the grim fate of the subjects was published in the national magazine Scientific American, and the experiments themselves were largely taken as apocalyptic portents. In a post-war United States, the language used to describe the results such as behavior sync became synonymous with fears of an overpopulated world and violent, deviant behavior in cities. Today, they are preserved within fiction, such as Channel 4's conspiracy thriller Utopia and the classic animated movie The Secret of Nim.
Our world began changing.
So what were the Mouse Utopia experiments? Shortly after World War II, a group known collectively as the environmentalists were making a large push to prevent environmental degradation, as well as overexploitation of the planet's renewable resources. Among these people were a group specifically known as the Neo-Malthusians, a term referring to the 18th and 19th century English scholar Thomas Robert Malthus. Malthus proposed that while the world's population may increase exponentially, food production can only increase linearly, leading to an eventual subsistence-level existence for the human race that became known as a Malthusian catastrophe. While advancements such as the Green Revolution saw that this didn't come about, the Neo-Malthusians acknowledged his concerns about overpopulation and feared that this pattern would result in the collapse of civilization or, at best, have extreme adverse effects. These fears were given a platform in writing of the time, especially in works such as William Folk's Road to Survival in 1948, and perhaps most famously, Silent Spring by Rachel Carson in 1962. Before the movement's explosion of popularity in the 50s and 60s, however, researchers had already begun work investigating the effects of population growth, and among them was a man named John B. Calhoun. Born in 1917, Calhoun took an early interest in science, specifically ornithology, publishing his first paper on birds when he was 15, but over time, his interest would change. By the time he received his PhD, his focus had turned to ethology, the study of animal behavior. When his education was concluded, he moved with his family to Towson, Maryland, to begin research at Johns Hopkins University in nearby Baltimore, but the research itself would be conducted much closer to home. In 1947, shortly after he arrived, he approached his neighbor about using some of their neglected property for an experiment. The scope would be massive, and according to Calhoun, his neighbor probably didn't expect such a scale when they agreed to let him use the forested area. Taking over a quarter of an acre, Calhoun constructed a massive habitat, complete with food, water, ample shelter, and protection from predators, with the only limiting condition being their restriction to the quarter-acre living space. He affectionately provided his enclosure a name, Rat City. Unfortunately, no publicly available images of Rat City exist. Calhoun was very familiar with Norway rats, having performed research on them for his doctorate, and he estimated that Rat City could sustain approximately 5,000 individuals, though if they reached this number, the population density would be tight. He began by placing 5 pregnant females in the enclosure, providing ample genetic diversity, and soon the population was increasing exponentially. But then something surprising happened. Rather than the population increasing to fill the space of the enclosure, it quickly leveled off at 150 members. He also noted some behavioral peculiarities. Despite the large size of Rat City, the residents seemed to gather around just a few places, forming social groups of 12 and limiting themselves to specific feeding locations. He would conclude the experiment after 2 years and 4 months, during which the population never grew over 200. Careful observation revealed the cause: high infant mortality. For some reason, as the experiment progressed and the population increased, the mothers were not caring for their young properly, leading to most of them dying before reaching maturity. Calhoun had his theories as to why this was, but to prove them, he would need more data. In 1954, about 5 years after his initial experiment concluded, he was hired by the National Institute of Mental Health, often shortened to NIM. Within the laboratory of psychology, Calhoun was given ample resources to continue his work. With a team, he began feverishly designing and constructing habitats, sometimes referred to as universes, where he performed numerous smaller-scale and more controlled versions of his original rat study on a domesticated strain of albino Norway rat. These rats would want for nothing. All physical needs for a healthy rat lifestyle would be provided for them, including food, water, climate control, and nesting material. Calhoun spent 8 years perfecting his enclosures and methods until finally, in February of 1962, an article of his writing was published in the magazine Scientific American. The article was entitled Population Density and Social Pathology. His opening paragraph ominously reads so, quote, "In the celebrated thesis of Thomas Malthus, vice and misery impose the ultimate natural limit on the growth of populations. Students of the subject have given most of their attention to misery, that is, to predation, disease, and food supply as forces that operate to adjust the size of a population to its environment. But what of vice? Setting aside the moral burden of this word, what are the effects of the social behavior of a species on population growth, and of population density on social behavior? Unquote. To answer this question, he cited 6 of his experiments in particular, all with similar composition and concerningly similar results. The design of these habitats was simple. The layout was a rectangle measuring 10 feet by 14 feet, divided into 4 equal sections by electric fences. 3 of these fences sported bridges over which the rats could climb, while one fence lacked such a bridge, essentially creating one long space that wrapped in on itself. Each section was equipped similarly, with a food hopper, water, and nesting areas accessible by spiral staircases. But Calhoun, leveraging his experience with the rats, made special changes to encourage specific behaviors. He enticed the rats to use one of the center pens by making the spiral staircase to that pen's living spaces shorter than the others, though he admits this was a comparatively small factor. But the more insidious change was to their food supply. In half of the experiments, Calhoun supplied powdered food, but in the other half he placed feeders of his own design, consisting of hard pellets behind a wire mesh. Half of his experiments began with 32 mice, the other half with 56, of evenly male and female composition, and all having just reached maturity. Calhoun estimated that approximately 40 rats could comfortably be housed in these enclosures, but he would allow these populations to increase to 80 before he would cull them. Almost immediately after introduction, things began to go awry. The females, unsurprisingly, spread themselves out somewhat evenly through the pens, but after the males jockeyed for dominance and those of highest rank were determined, they began to distribute themselves strangely. Less dominant male rats will typically awaken earlier and begin to wander and forage for food, and due to the design of the pen, this meant that they usually would end up in the center sections to eat. During this time, the dominant males of the outer pens would wake up and begin guarding their respective territories. Since there was only one entrance ramp to either end, the dominant males of either pen would bar the return of the less dominant males, forcing the male population to clump in the center pens, while the dominant end males protected what came to be their harems. Only a few other deferential males were allowed to remain. These few remaining males began exhibiting odd behavior. Though they would spend most of their time in the burrows with the females, hiding away from the dominant male, they would never attempt to mate with any of them. Instead, perplexingly, they would try to mate with the dominant male, and even more perplexing, the dominant male would not fight these attempts. At the same time as this was happening, the effect of Calhoun's special feeders was taking hold. Since procuring food was such a lengthy process at the hard food feeders, it was common for one rat to join another while in the process of feeding. By this method, the rats slowly became conditioned to eating in the company of other rats until, eventually, the rats would refuse to eat unless another rat was present. Since more rats tended to be in the center pens, this behavior meant that, over time, more and more rats made their way there, further condensing them. This heightened the proximity of an already cramped population. In the experiments with the powdered food, this effect was far less pronounced. With these factors combined, Calhoun noted what he called a behavioral sink, or an increase in pathological activity in the rats due to the stress involved in such high population density. For the females, the behavioral sink manifested in reduced capacity for nest building and young rearing. Infant rats are extremely dependent upon their mothers for nearly all things. However, under the effects of the behavioral sink, the mothers would often be interrupted in their nest-building practices to engage in some other social activity. As time wore on, this led to
I'm
sparser...
done. We're done watching the video because there's too much left. If you want to watch it later, there's your link. Okay. Let me unmute the game. Last chapter. It was an accident that happened in such a small village that anyone could forget. One day after the tragedy had come to a close, just as the scars had begun to heal, a young man thinks nostalgically of the little girl he once met. Okay. Do I have to click? Okay. The words he couldn't ask that day. The promise he couldn't fulfill that day. Those regrets and lamentations opened the fate that was sealed and become a single hope. I don't know what this means, so... Fate isn't only about happiness, but there is no one that would wish for unhappiness. Midsummer, Monka W. Okay, so now we're back to present day. This is him on the plane, right? Papa. Are you there, Papa? Huh? Oh. Are you alright? Are you having a scary dream? Miyuki was sitting next to me. I quickly patted her head after hearing her say that. I must have had a bad dream while sleeping in the cabin. I was sweating profusely. No, it's nothing. I guess it's a little hot in here. I tried to wipe away the sweat while answering and looked around for a handkerchief or a towel. And then a cold drop ran down my forehead. Miyuki turned to me and smiled, then wiped my face with the towel she received at takeoff. Thanks, Miyuki. Of course. Thanks to her, I was finally able to shake off my slumber, so I got up from the aisle seat and looked out the window. I wrapped my arms around Miyuki in the window seat and listened to the noise as the land and sea blew past us before our eyes. Wow, it's Hokkaido. Hokkaido is so big. Then the plane gently turned before entering the airport runway. Arriving at the lobby, I glanced around, looking for Oishi, and was met with a familiar gruff voice calling out to me. Akasaka! How many years has it been? It's been a while, hasn't it? Oishi, it really has been a long time. Oishi clapped his hand down on my shoulder, celebrating our reunion. Akasaka, you're looking pretty good. You look like a bona fide frontline investigator now. You're looking quite dapper yourself. Your posture seems a lot better. Is the ballroom dancing paying off? You should give it a try while you're still young. You'll be a hit with the ladies. A real babe magnet. Oishi had retired and moved to Sapporo, and of all things, had started taking ballroom dancing lessons. He'd apparently gotten really into it and decided to spend the rest of his new life devoted to that hobby. He was aiming to get his instructor's qualifications before he hit 80 and live out his old age dandily. Aww. Oh, who might this be? Oishi suddenly turned his attention to Miyuki, who was standing idly next to me. He bent down on his knee to look at her in the face. Okay, man, I don't know. I don't think this guy is Tomitaka anymore. I don't know. I really thought I had something, but I don't know. Because at this point, right, Tomitaka would have been dead already. If Oishi had already retired, then the last years of the killing had already happened, like 2 years prior. So this guy can't be Tomitaka. Feels fucking bad, man. I thought I had a good theory going. Excuse me. However, my daughter was frightened and hid behind my back. Come on, Miyuki, please introduce yourself properly. She was staring at Oishi with a dubious expression while tugging at the hem of my shirt. She's usually not this shy. I wonder what's wrong. Just fucking surprised by Bro Ishii's presence, dude. Massive man. Big lad. Sorry about that. She's usually not like this. Oh, it's no problem. This old man just has a scary face. If you don't mind, can you tell me your name? I'm Miyuki Akasaka. I'm 7 years old. 7? Oh, well, I guess it happened in 78, yeah. I guess it makes sense. Nice to meet you. Great, that was a good introduction. I expect no less from Akasaka's daughter. Oishi gently stroked Miyuki's head and smiled as though she were his own grandchild. After finally seeing that, Miyuki smiled in relief. And then Oishi put her in a headlock and fucking body slammed her! Shortly afterwards, Miyuki told me that she was just doing what I had told her to do. Be careful around strangers. Oishi overheard that and let out a hearty wahaha, shaking his body while laughing and walking. I guess he's also Wario now. Got flashbanged again. I let myself into Oishi's car and we headed out towards the Hot Spring Inn. I had originally intended to crash at Oishi's place, but Oishi was quite obstinate that his home wasn't suitable for that, so it came to this. At the inn, we relaxed while soaking in the hot springs. Then we ate a delicious feast until we were full. Miyuki had a little of the Mongolian barbecue and was delighted with it. After our bellies were swollen, Miyuki grew sleepy and went off to bed. Then Oishi and I reminisced about the time we played mahjong together in Hinamizawa. It seemed that to celebrate our reunion, Oishi had looked for people who could play. But unable to find a suitable candidate, we had to give up on putting together a table. As we drank together, we excitedly recounted our exploits during the final manhunt. Did they end up catching those two guys? Damn, look at this. Look at that, dude. Professor Oak. He's decked out. He's got the necklace and everything, the chain. In the end, the search team never found them. They were probably hidden by the villagers. They sent overseas or somewhere else far away to lay low for a bit. God damn, dude. Oishi, if I remember correctly, you managed to grab one of their guns, didn't you? Okay, wait. I want to check something here. Okay, man. You can't tell me this isn't the exact same person. Look at this, okay? Actually, this is more modern. I want kind of the older looking one. Here we go. This is it. One sec. Ready? Watch this. Tell me those aren't the same person, okay? Tell me these aren't the exact same person. Okay. Oishi, if I remember correctly, you managed to grab one of their guns, didn't you? Did you learn anything from that? It was a foreign military pistol. It's probably from the ones... Jesus Christ. It's probably from the ones the gangs in Kansai managed to smuggle in a ton of. We tried to get a match from the rifling, but didn't show up in any other cases. How about on your end? After that, I was removed from the front lines, so I don't know much. In the end, it seems like everything was settled under the veil of secrecy. Oishi smiled wryly as he sipped his chilled drink. What happened after that sure was tough, huh? It's been 7 years now. Yeah. We held the memorial service a few days ago. I've become estranged with my father-in-law lately, so it was rough getting everything ready. Oh, did Yuki die? Yeah, she must have. That must have been a lot of work. It was then that the hostess brought in the extra drinks that we had ordered before. While the bottles of beer clanked as she brought them in, we halted our conversation. What Oishi meant when he said must have been tough, thinking about that was still hard, but time had healed the wound. It was the day after, when I phoned Oishi to apologize. When I did, Oishi almost immediately handed the phone to one of my colleagues who happened to be there. Not only was I injured in the brawl with the suspect, but I disappeared to drink late into the night without leaving any sort of contact info, so I thought he'd definitely be mad. However, all he said was that it was something he couldn't talk about over the phone, and that I should come to the station as soon as possible. Yeah, dude, his wife definitely died in childbirth. At that time, I could only think that he must have been really pissed off. When I arrived at the station, he said this. Seems your wife was involved in an accident. Having no idea what happened, I borrowed the phone to contact the hospital Yuki was staying at. After being given the runaround several times, I was finally able to talk to someone in charge, and after mincing words for quite some time, they told me, Yuki Akasaka died in an accident. What, that doesn't mean anything. What the fuck? Okay, so my Tomotage Takano theory just got gang busted. It's so wrong. The world became a blur as I sat there dumbfounded. Yuki's death was unbelievably abrupt, unbelievably sudden, and you never talked to her. I could have understood if there was some kind of problem during the birth, but Yuki's death wasn't anything like that. On the way up to the roof, she just happened to slip and fall. She just happened to fall in an unfortunate place at an unfortunate angle. That was it. Wanting to blame Yuki's death on somebody, I began to think that it was an act of revenge by the Guardians. They killed my wife and made it look like an accident. What I learned when I flew back to Tokyo, however, was much more cruel than that. She committed suicide. Yuki had a habit of going up to the roof to cool off in the evening. There was an elevator up to the 7th floor, but from there you had to take the stairs to get to the roof. Oh wait, maybe not. Even late in her pregnancy, when the evening came, she would always head up there. Her father had always said for her to not push herself, but Yuki insisted that until the time she had no choice but to stay in bed, she should be allowed to do as she wished. However, I had never once seen Yuki go up to the roof. I only heard that from her father and the nurses. That was because whenever I visited her, she would spend that time with me instead. I heard the reason why Yuki went up to the roof from a nurse she had become friendly with. She said that her husband was away on business a lot of the time, and then whenever he called, she was able to cheer him up and give him courage. When he didn't call, she couldn't do that. Her husband might put on a show of bravado, but in reality, he grew lonesome pathetically fast. She was probably just the same. Whenever he left for business, not clear when he'd be back, she felt very lonely. Whenever she cheered him up, she was actually cheering herself up as well. That's why whenever he went away for an important job, on the evenings he didn't call, at the very least, she felt that standing underneath the same sky, her feelings would reach him. At that moment, I remember the words the girl told me. That it was best that I go back to Tokyo right away, otherwise there'd be something I regret horribly. Yeah, that's it. Because I was away on business that day, Yuki had headed up to the roof. Had I known that this would have been the result, had I done as the girl had said and dropped everything to head back to Tokyo, I might have been with Yuki on the day she died. If I was with her, she wouldn't have gone up to the roof. The day my wife died was on the evening of my 3rd day of my trip. Yes, it was right before the time I had the sudden urge to hear Yuki's voice and ran around the village trying to find a phone. The girl had gone around and cut all the phone cords. I see. So it actually wasn't an act of hostility. She was actually looking out for me. If she hadn't and I had made that call, I would have undoubtedly learned of Yuki's death at that time and collapsed in tears. Of course, even though the cords were cut, it had only put me off learning of Yuki's death by that one evening. In the end, I had learned of it the next morning. However, when I managed to put my emotions in order, I realized it was that girl's small token of consideration. Huh. Okay, let me write this down. I don't know if any of this is, important. Good lord, one second, I can't type here. So I guess now the question is if Rika's dead as well. That's the first I've heard about that. Yeah, it's the first time I've talked about it. Could it have been a coincidence? She doesn't have any special powers or anything. Aren't you the one who told me, Oishi, that she might be the reincarnation of the god called Oyashiro? Well, yeah. The old folks in the village believed that Rika Furude had divine powers. Divine powers. Oishi had originally said it as a kind of joke, but realizing that I was serious, he slumped his shoulders. I don't know if this is the truth or not. They said she did things like prophesize the future, or talk about things she should have no way of knowing. That she was clairvoyant, that it was divine revelation. Well, all sorts of things. Of course, I couldn't give specific examples, though. She prophesied Yuki's accident. Oishi tried to laugh it off, but out of respect to my deceased wife, he kept it restrained. Does this mean an active and capable investigator from the Metropolitan Police Department believes in divine powers and curses? Having him say that so bluntly, I couldn't respond. Of course, I had no intention of believing such odd things. But he could only say that because he didn't know what I did. Since I met that other girl, who both was and wasn't Rika, I couldn't deny the existence of any otherworldly entity. Of course, I can't deny that it might not have been pre-science or... I don't know. I know I'm saying this word wrong.
Prescience.
Prescience. I don't know. Again, could just say foresight, could say clairvoyance, but, it's fine. We like to pull out the thesaurus here, I guess. But rather a warning. Not prescience, but I don't even know how to say it, and I just did it. Not prescience, but a warning. If what that girl has said was a warning about Yuki's accident, then things became much easier to understand. Basically, the line of thinking became that it was a threat because I didn't go back to Tokyo. My wife was killed in a way that made it look like an accident. Not satisfied with the investigation into your wife's accident? Of course, I suspected foul play. I pored over the results. and even carried out my own personal investigation. There weren't any witnesses to Yuki's fall. There was the possibility that somebody had hidden, waiting to push Yuki down the stairs. However, the cleaning ladies frequented the roof to hang laundry, and the security cameras on each floor hadn't recorded anything out of the ordinary. There wasn't anything set up on the stairs, and I was unable to find anything suspicious. In the end, even after my personal investigation, I can't think that anything else happened other than a simple accident. Well, of course. These were the guys that took the minister's grandson hostage. It wouldn't be impossible for them to push a lone pregnant woman down the stairs without leaving any evidence. Okay, chill, dude. Oishi's expression had completely sobered up. They murdered your wife? More precisely, I wanted to blame somebody, so I created the most viable scapegoat. Without any clear evidence, that violent notion faded along with the wounds in my heart. Did that girl know beforehand about my wife's death and was threatening me? Or did she prophesize that death and was offering me a road to salvation? If I had to choose between the two, I would tend towards the latter. Oishi smiled slightly in disbelief as he poured more beer from his bottle. Then if I may, if what you say is true, then Rika Furude was a prophet who knew the future. Was again, so I'm assuming she did die in this timeline. If so, why didn't she predict that disaster? If she knew that the gas eruption was going to happen, why did she remain silent? True. So in Chapter 3, at the end of the game, in Chapter 3, there was like a volcanic gas that rose up from under the swamp, and it killed like everybody in the village. So then the question is, like, if she knew that, why'd she not say anything? Even a few hours beforehand would have been enough. If the village knew, then most of the people would have escaped without dying. So basically, this chapter, in Chapter 3, I should write this down. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4 occur on the same, I guess, timeline? Volcanic gas incident happened in Chapter 4 as well. If the village knew, then most of the people would have escaped without dying. Yeah. It was near the end of June 1983. I swear to God, this feels like it's the exact same music that was in Zero Escape. But volcanic gases from the Onigafuchi swamp erupted and hit the village in the middle of the night. It was an unprecedented disaster where the whole populace was wiped out. But this is sort of odd, though. Oh, this is like a year after. Okay, I was about to say, because the event happened in June, so why the fuck is this dated March 31st? But it caused a wave of panic about volcanic gas across the country, causing people to overreact over any reports of odd smells. I hadn't heard of the blockade on the Hinamizawa area being lifted, so it should still be cordoned off. That's... It was my turn to be lost for a response. Well, if Rika Furude, the reincarnation of Oyashiro, was killed, then the village might have incurred the god's wrath, making him call forth the miasma from the swamp to kill everyone. That explanation is what the survivors are whispering about. Sorry, Oishi. Did you just say she was killed? Huh? Yeah. Well, I don't think it would be a problem if I told you. When I saw the news about the gas disaster, I remembered that girl. I then found her name in the list of victims. That's why at the time I thought her own death she had predicted was due to the gas. But she wasn't, because again, we remember if we go in Chapter 3, Keiichi found Rika, disemboweled on the steps of the shrine before the incident happened. So she actually didn't die in the incident like everybody else did. It was after that I learned from the tabloids of the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa during the 5 years leading up to the disaster that became known as the Curse of Oyashiro. And that string of mysterious deaths lined up exactly with what that girl had predicted, so I had always thought to ask Oishi about it, as he had been involved in the investigation. That's right. That was the reason for our reunion. But right now Oishi had said, Rika Furude didn't die in the disaster, but was killed. Can I ask you about the last year of the curse? I may be retired, but I still have to keep things confidential, you know. Excuse me, madam. Do you have anything cold that's brewed locally? High grade if there is. I'll leave the selection to you. Oh my, I didn't mean it that way. Oishi laughed loudly, not wholly unsatisfied, and stopped the hostess to tell her that the cheap booze was fine. Okay, so we have the bell ringing again. I know there's some significance to this bell ringing, I just don't know what it is. I know as much as was written in those magazines, but I don't know anything about the curse that happened the year of the disaster. Because the entire area around Hinamizawa was sealed off, you see. There wasn't much of an investigation that could be done on the last year of the curse. Even if after several years the quarantine is lifted, the villagers are mostly dead, and what few survivors there were mostly went to stay with relatives, their whereabouts mostly unknown. It's a complete dead end. Oishi seemed to postulate to himself as he stared at the ceiling, as if trying to work out a memory from the rusty cogs in his mind. And then, he said in a completely sober voice, the magazines made it seem like the curse of the 5th year was that disaster, but the actual curse really happened on the day of the Watanagashi festival. A photographer by the name of Jiro Tomatake, he was the victim. Okay, so, again, we finally get confirmation that my fucking theory from earlier is busted. The main character of this chapter is not Tomatake. Oishi gestured about how the victim tore out his own throat with his fingernails as he talked. And the burnt corpse of the woman Tomatake was in a relationship with was found in the mountains. The neighboring prefectural police weren't very cooperative, so I don't know much about it though. There were 2 victims in one night. And he's actually a little bit wrong here because Rika also died. Actually, see. Okay, no, he's gonna say it, yeah. It wasn't just those 2. You see the next day. Kumagai, one of my subordinates. Oh no! Not Kumagai! What a name, though. Kumagai. But it's funny, though, because in Chapter 3, it's not exactly the same. This is odd. This is very odd, actually, because now we know that the events of this chapter aren't aligned. Because again, if we were under the assumption that Chapter 3 and Chapter 4 had the same timeline that was happening, the problem is that Oishi actually went missing in that chapter. And he obviously, I mean, we're standing right in fucking front of him, so he's at least not missing now. And to my knowledge, we never found out about Tomatake's death or not. Sorry, I'm just writing this down. Sorry, this will take a second here. Okay. You see the next day, Kumagai, one of my subordinates, disappeared along with his car in the middle of his investigation. Kumagai was a younger detective that was going to be partnered with Oishi after we first met. He was going around the village to question people about the incident with Tomatake. He might have gotten caught up in something. If he was with me, he might have been safe. Even now, it still stings. That day, for some reason, I did a real number on my stomach. I had to pass on going around outside. Weird. It's so odd that the events don't line up. It's what I'm really confused about. He got too close to the truth and was made to disappear. That's what I think. Kuma was young and had a fucking... what a name. Kumar was young and had a promising future ahead of him, but he still didn't have enough experience on the scene. He wasn't used to dealing with any complications. Oishi lamented the fact he wasn't with his subordinate that day. And then the next day, see? You know him as well, Akasaka. You know Dr. Irie. You remember him. The young doctor from the hospital. I vaguely remember. For whatever reason, he committed suicide with sleeping pills. Okay, so this was the same, though. This was the same. God, this is so odd. Okay. The autopsy confirmed that it was the sleeping pills. Nothing was in doubt except for the motive. It isn't that hard to make it look like somebody died from taking sleeping pills, is it? Any possibility it was a murder. He was single, no prior marriages. It didn't seem like he was going out with anybody in particular. He was the coach of the local junior baseball team and was on good terms with the villagers. He was liked by everybody. Couldn't find anybody who would want to do him harm. Well, any chances to investigate were ruined by the disaster, though. There's no way to find out anything about him now. Then what about Rika Furude's death? It was that day. Around noon, some of the old folks who were visiting the shrine discovered the corpse of Rika. Okay, now this is also weird though. If you notice, obviously they haven't mentioned Keiichi at all in this whole thing. Whereas in chapter 3 it was us that found Rika. My dog is barking. I'll mute in a sec. Yeah, my bad, I'm back. Alright, my dog was fucking howling. Yeah, so the one thing I put down here is, it was apparently old folks that found Rika in Oishi's telling of this story, not Keiichi. I guess it's possible that, old folks also found her in chapter 3 as well, because it's not like Keiichi would have had the chance to report it. We don't know what the fuck happened to Satoko afterwards, so... Where the fuck's my cursor? Oh, here it is. Murder. Before we continue, you should probably stop eating that squid somen. I don't know what the fuck that means. That bad. Oishi nodded firmly. The corpse was found on the shrine grounds next to the donation box. Oh, what a nice donation. Although she was probably killed somewhere else. Okay, so... We should write these notes down because, again, we didn't know the methodology of Rika's death. We obviously knew she was dead because we found her dead. But that wasn't really a concern in chapter 3, so... It's likely just killed elsewhere. It's because while she was completely naked, there wasn't any dirt on the soles of her feet. She hadn't walked there. Any sign it was some sort of sexual assault. According to the autopsy, there wasn't any indication of that. What we know is that she was rendered unconscious by some sort of drug, carried to that place, then had her abdomen sliced wide open. God, they're so loud. My fucking parents are trolling. They're making my dog howl. Okay, hopefully they're fucking done. I can hear my parents making my fucking dog howl. I was wondering why the fuck he was howling. Her organs were deliberately removed and scattered about, unconscious, and she wasn't cut open after her death. Monka W. That's horrible. That girl's prediction was right on the mark. I'm pretty sure she was more detailed about the other deaths that led up to her own. For example, I think she said the housewife that was beaten to death on the 4th year had her head split open. Then in that case, did she know that her own death would be so terrible? There must have been some moments where she wanted to doubt the validity of her own predictions. But as people died exactly as prophesized, as the years passed, that prophecy would only come closer to fruition. And then, facing the final year, unable to struggle against her own destiny, her all-too-young life was snuffed out. And in such a cruel way. Excuse me, I have the hiccups. Knowing that her days were numbered, and unable to fight the tide of events heralding her end, my heart ached at her helplessness. About the way she died, it seems like it wasn't just somebody's sick taste. What I'm saying is, I've told you about how Hinamizawa used to be home to demons, didn't I? Yeah, I think I remember. The festival in Hinamizawa village, Watanagashi, the cotton drifting, seems to stem from the drifting of entrails. Seems that it came from the man-eating demons ripping apart their victims and throwing their organs into the river. In other words, in Hinamizawa, pulling out entrails had some sort of religious meaning. Well, this is according to the old tales in Hinamizawa, you see. To act as an arbitrator, make sure I read that right, I thought it said arbiter, but it's arbitrator, so that humans and man-eating demons could live peacefully together, a god known as Oyashiro descended from the heavens. If I recall, Rika was said to be the living incarnation of Oyashiro. Yeah. So cutting open Rika, who was a living god, would be to the village nothing less than absolute sacrilege. Absolute sacrilege. In other words, you mean sacrilege towards Oyashiro. The rest you should know, Akasaka. The wrath of Oyashiro would occur that same night. The great Hinamizawa disaster. Yeah, but this is the thing though, I was actually thinking about this. I don't know how Rika could predict this stuff. I mean, maybe she's some weird god thing, but you gotta remember, right? Rika died in chapter 2. And if this thing about her dying and then like this disaster happening was like a thing that would always happen, then why did no disaster happen in chapter 2? Because Rika got killed in chapter 2 as well, so. The official explanation was that some swamp upstream erupted with toxic volcanic gas which enveloped the village. The swamp where it erupted was called Onigafuchi Swamp. It was the origin of Hinamizawa's old name, Onigafuchi Village. According to village lore, we're going deep on the lore, the depths of the swamp apparently lead to hell, where the man-eating demons came from. That almost seems too perfect. Oh no, that's just the tip of the iceberg. That's just the... Oh, I almost read the same part again. There was another bit of folklore in the village. If Oyashiro became angry, the cauldron of hell would open up and miasma would flow out. Or so they say. To the villagers, hell was at the bottom of that swamp. So basically, the miasma poured out, smothering the village. Yeah, basically, due to the sacrilegious way that Rika, the living incarnation of Oyashiro, was killed, the village incurred the wrath of Oyashiro in the form of that disaster. That seems to be their explanation. So what you're saying is that the disaster wasn't a natural one. Well, everything does seem to fit together a little too well. Oyashiro's curse doesn't really exist, and everything really was just a matter of coincidence. I would doubt it. A wry smile formed on Oishi's face as he listened to my absurd take on things. He wore an expression as though even if it were absurd, there was a time he had thought the same thing as well. In regards to the religious beliefs of the villagers, suppose that there was a more fanatical group among them. And that group created a situation that would incur Oyashiro's wrath and enacted the disaster to make it seem like the truth. Of course, I won't laugh. I've wandered down that line of reasoning more than once myself. Stroke. However, even though Hinamizawa is a small village, it still has a population of over 1,000 people. To murder that many people in a single night doesn't seem realistic, no matter how you think about it. The gas eruption was believed to have happened around 2 a.m., several hours before dawn. In that short amount of time, going around and killing all the villagers in a way that made it look like poison gas didn't seem feasible at all. Fuck, man. Thank God the answer arcs are coming up next, because this shit's confusing. The swamp the gas erupted from still has some religious significance, didn't it? If that's the case, then maybe there was something set up in the swamp, something that could be activated when a divine verdict was rendered. According to the JSDF press release, the swamp was declared the source of the eruption. This was after everything was thoroughly looked over by their investigative team. If anything like that was set up, I think they would have found it. It wouldn't necessarily have to be in the swamp itself. Come on, haven't you ever heard about it? The old story about how when a faraway spring dried up, the village spring dried up as well. Oh, dude, that's what that fucking tip meant. That's what that tip meant earlier on when it was talking about a fire on the other side of the river. If you would care to go put out the fire on the other side of a river. Or would you not care at all because it has no risk to put your village out, or to get your house on fire? Okay. Many waterways are connected by underground aquifers. Swamps and springs are only the parts that manage to pop up above the surface. True, this guy knows. So what you're saying is that Onigafuchi Swamp is connected to another swamp or spring. And there's something the villagers rigged up there long ago. Something that changes the pressure of Onigafuchi Swamp, causing it to erupt with poison gas. Is that what you're getting at? Uishi laughed heartily, commending the fact that the youngins have a nice flexible way of thinking. That was the former detective in him. Even though it was a hypothesis that he didn't come up with, he still had the presence of mind to not dismiss it right away. That's an interesting theory. A game theory, if that proves to be true. Then it would be unprecedentedly the largest mass murder in the history of Japan. Once the quarantine of Hinamizawa village is lifted, I think it should definitely be investigated. Oishi, do you still have any connections with the blank prefectural police? Somewhat. I'm an honorary advisor for their judo classes, so even now I pop by during summer training camps and such. I don't know when the quarantine on Hinamizawa village will be lifted, but please, let me help investigate. Got it. Oishi, how do you feel about the string of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa they call the Curse of Oyashiro? At the time, the villagers were putting a lot of pressure on the station. The official stance on things was that the cases weren't related. That each case was separate, each with its own resolution. That couldn't be. Even though it was blatantly obvious that the cases were connected based on the village's religious beliefs. Akasaka, we can only say that now because of the rather grandiose way things ended after 5 years. At the time, those coincidental incidents just happened to coincidentally occur on the day of Watanagashi. Seems like there's a lot of fucking coincidences going around. I'm saying this just a bit, maybe? Oh, it would be nice if nothing happened this year kind of feel to it. Coincidence. The girl predicted everything from the beginning. Girl. Rika Furude. That child warned me about all the incidents that would happen afterwards. Akasaka. Is that true? Yeah. The girl said as much. That the next year the damn foreman would be killed and his corpse dismembered. Not only that, she warned me of all the events that would transpire in the following years. Akasaka, when she told you all of that, what year was it? When I met the girl, I was investigating the kidnapping incident, so June of 1978. The year before the dismemberment murder. Wrinkles formed between Oishi's eyebrows, as he closed his eyes and began to digest what I had just told him. Wait a minute. That happened... Okay, no, I have my timeline right. Because it was a year prior, so yeah, never mind. Akasaka, if you're wrong about Rika Furude knowing the future through some divine medium, this is getting ridiculous. Yep. You're just trying to shock me? I'm gonna be really angry, you know? I'm speaking the truth. And the script behind the chain of mysterious deaths was written a year before it even started. And just as predicted, Rika Furude was killed. I guess you can hear my dog barking too. At first, I thought she meant that she would be killed in the disaster. However, now I know that her death wasn't due to that, but rather an atrocious one at the hands of a murderer. She said she would be killed. At that point in time, she knew more or less how her own death would occur. Then why didn't Rika Furude try to run away? Well, I mean, if it's prophecy, right, you can't run away from it. That's the whole point. You know, it's like, it's fated to happen. So you can't, I mean, not that I believe in prophecy, but, I mean, that's kind of the whole definition. Even if her death was already spelled out for her. Knowing that, she still had a grace period of several years, didn't she? She had plenty of time to try and run away or consult the police. Why did she just accept her death with no resistance? I don't know. Even though Rika Furude was doted upon by the older folks in the village, you see. After she lost her parents, she had no living relatives, and lived a fairly solitary life other than hanging around with some close friends. It might have been she didn't have any powers to fight, or anybody to rely on. Ouch. She must have tried signaling somebody for help in regards to her own death, though. You know very well that that village and the police weren't very amicable with one another, Akasaka. At the very least, I never heard anything about Rika Furude seeking protection from anybody. Ellipses. Or, it could be that she simply resigned herself to being a religious sacrifice. Could have been something like that. There's no way that was the case. I spoke decisively. Yeah, because she did say that she just wanted to live a normal life. She definitely said she wanted to live happily, that she wanted to spend her time surrounded by her dear friends. She hadn't given up on life. She had hoped to keep on living. Ah. At that moment I became dumbstruck. What's the matter, Akasaka? It's nothing. I fell into silence. Uishi folded his arms and began murmuring in contemplation again. Eventually he stood up and headed towards the hallway to find the hostess, yelling that he wanted a pen and paper. Ooh, is this Bro Ishii popping off, Professor Oak? When Uishi, noisy, even though he was just thinking, left, the room immediately fell into a chilled silence. I stood up, but then I realized that I was drunk enough to be unsteady on my feet. Fuck, I have the hiccups. It's the moonlight. When I slid open the window, a beautiful yet somehow ephemeral moon drifted across the night sky. It was just now that I realized. She hadn't accepted her own death. She wanted to keep living. Happily and joyously. She said that quite clearly to me, but I was a fool. I hadn't been asked explicitly, so I hadn't realized it. She was asking him to try and change something. She made it clear as day that she didn't want to die. Was that her cry for help? She didn't say as much that she wanted help, but even given that, it wasn't as though she wasn't looking for salvation. Without any family and unable to trust the police, she instead told somebody without any relation to the village. Somebody from a faraway place. Me. Help me. She had gone around and cut the phone cords. If I had made that phone call and learned of Yuki's death, I probably would have fallen into despair. I was in that state, even if she was looking for help, her cries would have fallen on deaf ears. That's why, knowing everything, she had cut the phone cords. She wanted even a little time to seek help from me. Oishi, just before now, had lamented that one of the younger officers gotten mixed up in the case. Had lamented that one of the younger officers had gotten mixed up in the case. In a case, having been erased because he wasn't there. I was feeling the same way. If only I was there in June of 1983. Huh! Well, great news, dude. I know somebody who will be. I could have protected her. In 1983, it would have been 5 years since the kidnapping took place. While raising the only daughter Yuki had left me, putting all my youth and passion into my work, honing my wits and courage, wrestling with difficult cases. Nothing like my failings during the kidnapping incident would have occurred. It wouldn't have been slow to react in a one-on-one fight, and by that point, I jumped into foreign mafia-run gambling parlors, where I'd learned to deal with automatic weapons, let alone handguns. I had grown so much that in 1983 I couldn't even be compared to how I was in 1978. And I was like negative 22 years old in 1978, so that's why, if I was by her side, I should have been able to save her life. No matter what conspiracy or foul plots drew near, I definitely would have protected her. She, even though sounding resigned, should have still been able to ask me for help. Just didn't realize it. I couldn't realize it. Just as I wouldn't have realized it if I was told of Yuki's accident, I wasn't able to realize it. I wanted to cry. If I'd taken her words to heart, I would have prevented Yuki's accident, and I would have been able to protect the girl to whom I owed a debt from even a predetermined death. She must have been expecting that from me. I learned about the disaster while watching television in my house. Until I learned about it, I had forgotten about Hinamizawa. I don't really know how you could, but in order to recover from the shock of Yuki's death, I had tried to remove everything about the place from my memory. What an ungrateful fool I was. Even though in exchange for saving her, the girl had told me of a way to save Yuki. I was unable to accept her gratitude, and now here we were. She hadn't died in her sleep due to a natural disaster. She was split open while still alive. You can definitely tell some of the translation errors going on. She was split open while still alive, killed while suffering the disgrace of having her organs torn out. She must have known beforehand that on that day, on that year, she would be killed in such a terrifying way. But even knowing what end awaited her, she was all too weak. A lone girl without anybody to rely upon, unable to seek help, had to swallow her own predetermined death, and left this mortal coil. Mortal coil? Pog. She's a warlock. She said she wanted to live. She said she just wanted to live happily. That's all she wanted. She didn't ask for anything extravagant. For any person that was ever born, it was the very basest of desires. Based. She never said a peep about wanting money, or that she wished she was in somebody else's situation. She had said it. Hopefully she doesn't say it, I'll get banned. But if all deaths were preordained, then hers was probably also all according to plan. She might have been a lone, frail girl, but I don't think she would have accepted it all without at least putting up a fight. There must have been in some small way, some form of resistance that she mustered. And with what she could muster, seeking my help was part of that. God damn it. I howled. This guy's a fucking furry. I stomped the floor. Why did I become a police officer in the first place? How could I call myself an officer if I couldn't save a single girl from the misfortune that was awaiting her? Yeah, bro. How could I not just fucking move the hands of fate? Loser. Everyone does that. Guess this guy couldn't. Was it because there was so much going on at that time, I couldn't process the fact she was asking for help? That's right. I was still green. If I was in that situation now, I would have definitely been able to help her. But it was already all over. Now he's got to time travel then. Even if I wanted to settle the regrets she left behind, Hinamizawa, as a dangerous area, was still quarantined. Most of the people involved were already dead, but the few that did remain spread around the country, unable to be traced. The site of the tragedy was still off limits as well. The police investigation was put on hold, the case slowly being buried in the sands of time. Just like how I wouldn't have known unless Oishi had asked me about it. Akasaka, are you okay? At some point Oishi had returned with a notebook in hand. Until I saw the expression on Oishi's face, I didn't realize that I was in tears. I never realized she wanted help. Akasaka, calm down. But it's all too late now. She was killed, in such an atrocious manner. She was counting on me, but I couldn't save her. I might be at fault for not building up an amicable relationship with the village. I might also. If Rika Furude had told me about it, I might have been able to extend a helping hand. I wasn't able to build up enough trust for that. That's something I regret. When Oishi said the word trust, it weighed on me even more. Yeah, she had given me her trust. She trusted me. Meaning that she thought that I would be able to ward off the fate of her foreseen death. She believed in that. Eventually, Oishi spoke quietly. Akasaka, does it upset you? It does. Then, there's only one way worth mentioning for Rika Furude to have her revenge. Is there really? Yeah, it would bring justice to what happened. Oishi showed me the pen and notebook. He's like, a sign right here. In order to properly mourn the death of Rika Furude, we have to at least find out the truth. Yes, and not just Rika Furude. Lots of people died. Their lament must be immeasurable, but their deaths were left unsettled because of the disaster, and now we can't even investigate them as their memories fade into oblivion. Many people died. The old man was killed. Kuma was erased. Fucking his name, I can't take it seriously. Kuma was erased. Everybody was a victim. But the police can't even investigate it. Who's gonna take care of their parting regrets? Only we can. Akasaka. We find the truth. Yeah, we'll find it. I've been around every one of the string of mysterious deaths and know all of the inner workings of the village. You were told an important truth the year before they happened by Rika Furude. We can do it. But they're already dead. Oh, that's right. Rika Furude died. You were too inexperienced, so you couldn't save her. Imagine crying. Professor Oak, chill. Oishi grabbed me, who was a wreck, and lifted me firmly by the lapels. That's why, to atone for that, we reveal the truth. If what you say is true, then all the incidents were part of some greater design. If that's the case, then how we investigate needs to change completely. I intend to spend tonight summarizing all the information you and I have, and then get in contact with one of my former subordinates. Excuse me, holy fuck. First thing in the morning. We're not gonna let this case go cold. We're definitely gonna crack it wide open. Crack it open. We will. Several years have passed, but it's not beyond the statute of limitations. Even if the case has been postponed, it's not closed. Yeah, I'll press X to doubt on this one. It's still going. We're gonna keep it going. Yeah, you're right. Do it, Oishi. I won't let it end like this. I'm certain we will uncover the truth. We absolutely will. I demonstrated my resolve to Oishi by crying out those words. And just then... Papa, the sliding door behind me opened, and Miyuki revealed herself while sleepily rubbing her eyes. My shouting must have awoken her, then she rushed over to me. What's wrong? Why are you crying? It's nothing. It's nothing. I tried hard to smile while wiping away my tears, and though Miyuki looked like she was about to cry herself, she extended her little hand to me. Weird champ, dude. Are you alright? Did you have another scary dream? Scary dream? And when she makes a gesture towards me, I saw the figure of another girl overlapping with her. I thought that her shadow was going to be Rika's for a second. I'd be like, oh, wow, it's kind of funny, but it's not. And her innocent gaze and innocent expression felt frustratingly nostalgic, filling me with painful torment. A girl who couldn't be here because I didn't reach out to her. She borrowed my daughter's body to offer me words of comfort. They actually do have the same eyes, too. Akasaka, please don't cry. Might be a hallucination, maybe a convenient illusion formed from my selfish dreams. However, that was her voice. I'm certain I heard it. Rather than blaming me for my mistake, she was compassionate. Why am I crying? After all, I have something more important to do than crying. Miyuki, before you were born, Papa met a girl in Hinamizawa who was like an angel. An angel, really? Yeah, she was cute and kind. I wanted her to meet you. Right, that's already an impossible wish. The future's already gone. I want to be friends with this girl. Well, I got some unfortunate news to break to you. I'm looking forward to it. Next time you go. Yikes. Even so, there's still something I can do. Of course, we'll meet her together someday. Yeah, maybe after you commit double suicide. There's fucking no shot, bucko. Thank you. Get the fucking portrait out of my face. Someday, I'm sure. We'll see her again. That summer, the Higurashi cried in Hinamizawa. Am I gonna get ear nuked now? No, I didn't. Oishi and I vowed to bring the truth of the case to light and stood up. Everything ended in 1985. I, at least wanting to apologize, had searched for her grave. After the state autopsy, her remains were entrusted to one of the shrine's followers. In the future, when the quarantine on Hinamizawa area was lifted, they would be returned to her family grave. However, unsure who exactly took the remains of Rika Furude, until today I couldn't even apologize to her. In the future, when the quarantine on Hinamizawa is lifted, all I could do then was wait until whoever that person is returned to the grave. What I could do right now was not apologize to her. Instead, until I was able to meet her again, I would reveal the truth and dispel her regrets. Even now, sporadic eruptions of gas in the Hinamizawa area meant that the prospect of the quarantine being lifted wasn't happening anytime soon. Most likely, it seemed that she had no intention of meeting me again until I found the truth. That's why the quarantine wouldn't be lifted. Or so I thought. Until the day I grasped the truth. It was the following year. Oishi and I co-authored a book on the string of mysterious deaths leading up to the great Hinamizawa disaster. I'm having a fucking stroke because I'm going too quick. I decided on the title. Higurashi, When They Cry. sort of like a weird, like, kind of fourth wall break here. Oh, if they did write this whole thing, I want to know how the fuck they're time travelers. Am I about to get ear nuked now? That was because for the few days I was in Hinamizawa, the sound that I remembered the most was the cry of the Higurashi. I could only wish that, based on this book, those people involved with that incident could refresh their memories and bring to light a new truth. And more importantly, that nothing like this ever happens again. I wrote this in the afterword. Why did this tragedy happen? We can't reach the truth by ourselves. Scum. Get ready for the ear nuke. It's gonna happen any second. If you're reading this, please discover the truth. That is our only wish. So prepare your ears. It's about to happen. Here it comes. No, never mind. This year, the quarantine in Hinamizawa still hasn't been lifted. Here it comes. There it is. There you go. This chapter's done. This is a short fucking chapter, man. I fucked around for like 2 hours at the start of this, writing my theory about the previous chapter. And this still was like 8 hours of playtime. Okay, let's fast forward through this, because we don't... I watched this to get the Steam achievement, but I actually don't give a fuck. So the question... Oh, I should mute this because I'm gonna go fucking deaf. Because the fucking banging and the clattering that always happens will drive you crazy. I don't know, there's a lot of questions here about, like, what's going on, but I guess, I mean, we're done with the questions now. Now we're moving on to the answer arcs. There you go. Oh, wait. There you go. Okay, and there it is. So, I will show my notes for this chapter. It's honestly not a lot, and I don't really think this chapter is too helpful in terms of notes. We didn't really learn a whole lot that we didn't already know, to be honest. I mean, we learned a few things, maybe. Oh, actually, there is one thing that I do want to. There's one thing I want to rewatch, the one tip, which was this, I believe. Gears and Fire and the Taste of Honey. It's the only part that I actually want to rewatch, because I actually think it might have some meaning, considering how everything ended. So I'm gonna redo this real quick. The world is filled with people blessed with relationships. Of course, it doesn't mean that everyone is connected to each other. It's obvious that on the other side of the planet, there are people laughing and crying who can't possibly have an effect on you. However, in the extremely limited community of the neighborhood, that sort of connection is just a matter of fact. It's quite remarkable, or it's quite possible that a single remarkable event could have massive consequences inside a small community. If you were to increase that in scale, a perfect stranger on the other side of the globe might become enough of a legend to have an effect on our lives. Well, it's not always that way. Like I said at the beginning, the links between people basically aren't that relevant in the grand scheme of things. Whether some household nearby is having steak or croquets doesn't matter to me. When I put on my shoes, it doesn't matter to anybody whether I put the right one on first or the left. This much the average person can understand, but actually, in reality, this is the truth. The bonds between people are quite well defined. I'm not meaning to skip through that. I'm trying to scroll down on my document here. Okay. I don't know if there's even going to be anything to glean from this, but it's not just a matter of distance, of being far or near. For example, let's say that person A's actions have some effect on me. Even then, person B's actions could have absolutely no consequences on my life. The reverse also holds true. Just because my actions affect person A, that doesn't mean that they affect person B as well. Let's put it bluntly. The bonds between people are like gears in a machine. The gear that represents me meshes with some people but is isolated from others. There are some who would try arguing against this. Those people would bring up the example of gears in a clock. Each gear indeed only directly meshes with one or two others. However, if you rotate one gear, the one next to it is moved, which connects to the next one and the next. In the end, all the gears are moving. There's a logic behind this, more than enough to convince the average person. Why is the argument convincing? The answer is simple. The relationship between people are ambiguous and can only be described conceptually. However, the gears are connected, or how the gears are connected, and how their movements are chained together, can't be used as a fundamental explanation. So it throws a wet blanket on that argument. So for the people who like that explanation, I'll use the example of a clock again to refute it. First of all, to say that this world is a singular clock would be wrong. That is, there isn't only one. There exist many clocks in this world, each counting their own time. If you think about it, the idea that this world is just one big clock is the height of ignorance. Even if you use the analogy of gears to explain human relationships, then you should be able to explain it using an analogy of multiple clocks unrelated to a single gear. Neighbors A and B. A is a gear in the same clock as me, so it's best to remain civil. B is a gear in a different clock, so he doesn't really matter to me at all. That's the kind of clear distinction I'm talking about. You want to say I'm being fallacious? Then let's change the analogy to something more familiar so you can understand. You've probably heard the phrase, a fire on the opposite shore, sometime in your life. For example, if your neighbor's house was on fire, you'd probably try and help put it out, wouldn't you? It'd be awful if the fire spread and burned down your own house after all. What if that fire was in a town on the opposite side of the river? Would you still go out of your way to help? You wouldn't, would you? Even though it would be the wrong thing to do, there's no way that fire could spread to your own house. Even if it turned into a huge conflagration, I said it wrong the last time too. There's no relation between the houses that will spread fire to yours and those that won't. With this basic example, you should be able to see the difference between gears that are or aren't related to your own. Having said that, there's still a lot to think about, even without a river to divide it. After all, it's not a spatial problem like being on the other side of a river, is it? Okay, yeah, that didn't fucking help me at all. I'm sure there's something that you could read deeper into it about that, but don't really get it right now. Okay, so we're officially done with the question arcs, and I guess this officially landmarks as the halfway point of the game. So I don't know whenever the fuck I'm gonna start the next chapter. But now we have to think here. Oh yeah, I didn't show my notes. Let's show my notes. Okay, so I guess we can do a big recap here at the end. We'll cover everything that we know so far, because there's not really much to, there's some questions that haven't been answered, some that have been, and a lot of conflicting info. So let me pop up this. Don't know why it's shifted to the side here. Let me fix that. Okay. So, this was our chapter 1 shit, okay? It was pretty straightforward. The only thing that I really need to be thinking about in the big scheme of things in terms of chapter 1 because chapter 1, honestly, I don't even know if it's worth taking time to look at what happened there. I think the only thing that we care about in chapter 1, which I didn't actually put down here, I probably have it somewhere here, but the big thing that I need to watch for in regards to chapter 1 was when they were talking about the director, okay? I'm still not past the idea that this has all been some fucking Truman Show dog shit, and that this has all been a big act to just fuck with me. I don't think it is, but never know. And I don't know what the director necessarily means. Nor do we know who the director is. The only guess I would have is that the director would be Irie, because we were talking about a doctor in chapter 1 at that given time. But this, we don't care about this because this is answered later. We don't know about, we kind of, basically this here, all this shit is like stuff that's kind of already addressed. Now, this question here, Rina's past with the curse, wasn't really answered. To my knowledge, it wasn't really answered at all in any of the following chapters. We learned a little bit more about Rina, and we understood more of, I guess, her thinking. But Rina kept saying that she was cursed, and I don't know if anything ever came to surface about that. So right here I had this. Rina's curse wasn't elaborated on. But again, this sort of becomes a little bit off because it doesn't really matter, I guess. Again, sort of this is kind of, we don't care about this. We've sort of already figured this out. 1 second, I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me, holy fuck. Okay. So, I'm trying to think about the big events, because chapter 2, I think, is still the biggest landmark in terms of important info that we learned. Chapter 2 and chapter 3 definitely are the two most important chapters. I think chapter 4 was kind of pointless in the sense that, like, I guess we got some more info about Rika's, like, weird all-knowing nature, but there wasn't really a whole lot except for the very end of chapter 4 that really told us anything that we didn't already know. Outside of the kids kidnapping, which, like, I don't know. I think what I'm gonna do, I don't know when I'm gonna do the next stream because it's gonna depend on my schoolwork. It could potentially be tomorrow because this finished earlier than I thought, so maybe I can get some work done tonight. If I can get some work done tonight, then we can continue the answer arc tomorrow. Which means that I guess now I could... I'm just debating if I should do my big theory about what I think is going on or off stream. I think I should do it off stream. Because right now, when I think about this, right, there's only a few big mysteries, but I think those few big mysteries are kind of what comes downstream of them will basically be like the answer to the game. So the nature of the bell ringing is still something that I want to know a little bit more about. The corpses walking thing is definitely going to be sort of a big point. I feel like I can almost just go to my end of chapter 3 where I had all the summary of, like, what I thought was going on, because to be real, we got some of a little bit of an expansion on this, and that was it. Like, now, I guess we did learn more about this. We didn't learn anything about this, but really the only thing we learned about was, I guess, like, maybe we could get some info about the bell ringing. But not a whole lot. So I think I'm gonna do this off stream. I'll probably do this tonight. I don't want to give a guarantee that I'll stream tomorrow, but I feel like we should. I guess I'll go through my notes for chapter 4 because I didn't actually show any of them, or at least I didn't show a majority of them. So chapter 4, blah blah blah, talking about this. This is just figuring out what time frame this happened. I had this misunderstood because it started off in 1985, like the same time that the last chapter was set in, but then it glanced back to earlier on, so ignore this. More details about this. This is just some pointless info. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Nobody cares. Who cares? This here, you can pretty much erase almost all of this because this was me trying to be Omega Big Brain and ended up being just totally wrong. So we don't care about that. We saw this as well, which kind of confirmed that villagers of Hinamizawa or native, I guess Hinamizawans, if you want to call them that, are capable of doing that red-eyed possession thing. We saw the all-knowing nature of Rika again, not really surprising. Again, that had already happened, it's already something we grappled with. Now, the only thing that was kind of important, I guess, is this, so I'll put a star next to this for whenever I go through this. Rika didn't seem to remember what happened during her transformation, so the question of whether or not that it holds true for everybody else will also be somewhat interesting to know. Again, like little info doesn't really matter. Now, this is the only stuff I think that's also kind of important. So, we heard the bell sound in this chapter as well. Now again, the question is whether or not this bell sound is something that's being played for a narrative effect in the novel, or if it's actually happening in the game. That's like the big question. Because if it's actually happening in the game, then there definitely is some like... Because sometimes it definitely is played for like narrative effect, but there is other times where it was directly played where it felt kind of odd. And it always seems to... The bell always seems to ring around like suspicious or odd circumstances, so there definitely has to be something to do with it. In this chapter, they said that that bell ringing noise that we heard was the bell that Mion had inside her clothes. So I was thinking that anytime we heard the bell, it had something to do with Mion. It couldn't literally be, like, we already know that the bell is not literally being rang in every single time that we hear it. So it's not always a literal bell being rung, but it might be in relation to Mion. So I guess you can go through this if you... The only thing that I say here is, in some of the situations it makes sense, like for instance the ritual storehouse, perhaps Mion was somehow spying on us, but how the fuck would it have been her all the other times? In some of the events where it rung, Mion was present, so I don't think she was literally ringing the bell. Maybe it's a way to signify something's related to her, like Rika's death in Chapter 3. We heard the ringing, maybe because it's the work of Mion. The question arises of when we hear the bell ringing, if there actually is any bell rung at the time. Is the game just doing this as a cue for something, or is this a literal sound that's happening? Again, it's definitely not a literal sound happening, so we need to think about that. What the fuck happened to Mion's mom? Never really got that answered either, so that's a dead end. And the day before Akasaka arrived, somehow the info got leaked. We're guessing it was through Rika somehow, because she probably already knew of the events. We don't know what level Rika's clairvoyance goes to. We don't know if she can predict just anything that happens, or if it's only in regards to the string deaths, but again, like, we don't know. Now this right here, this is the only other mention of the word director that I think has ever been said in the whole game, outside of the end of Chapter 1. So again, not sure the significance of it, but yeah, but basically the game tends to be pretty particular about its language that it picks. It uses very odd language a lot of the time, and it's only used the word director twice, right? So I hesitate to say that they're unrelated. I would have to go back and watch the end of Chapter 1 to maybe fully flesh that out, but I'm not sure. The only other big thing that I guess we learned, which I sort of guess we already did know, was that Oreo will give out... Oreo, I just realized what her name sounds like. That Oreo Sonozaki will give out orders, and while she won't actually tell anybody to do it, it will still end up being done. So she speaks it like it's an opinion or a recommendation, and then someone actually goes out and does it. And I'm wondering if some of the things that Oreo says, that people have done that to conform to other things that she's said, like what happened in this chapter with releasing the kid. There was one other thing that said we saw Rika at the dam protest while heading to Takatsudo. Perhaps the bell has to do with Rika and not with Mion. This is the only other thing that I have to solve. is whether the bell has to do with Rika or whether it has to do with Mion. Because in a lot of these situations, it would make sense if it was actually related to Rika and not Mion. So, again, have to dig a little bit deeper into that. Yuki states, blah, 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 we don't care. This was just near the end of the game. This was the order of the events that I was writing down earlier. So this is how everything goes. Now, we should note here, which I do think I note here, or maybe I don't, maybe it's a bit lower. I think it's a little bit lower, but this here is a very, very, very odd statement. Because if we look at all the chapters, right? To our knowledge in chapter 1... Hey, what's up? To our knowledge in chapter 1, Rika doesn't die. Heiichi is the only one that dies with Tomitake and Takano. So if anything, we would expect this to say Tomitake and Takano. Because to our knowledge, on every Watanagashi on 1983, they've died. In everything. We didn't see it happen in Chapter 3, but Oishi said that it happened, and for the most part, Chapter 4 and Chapter 3 seem to take place in the same timeline, or at least in the very same events. So, something is definitely interesting going on with that. And there's also a little bit of a confusion about the disaster that happens, because it seemed to be insinuated that it happens when Rika dies, as like a punishment or something, right? Because I remember Satoko, or somebody said something in one of the chapters that like a disaster would befall the village if Rika died or something. Whatever, something along those lines. Doesn't matter exactly what the word was. But the big thing about it that's to be noted is Rika died in chapter 2. And no disaster ever happened. Right? She was found dead in the well in chapter 2. Nothing happened. So, I question that this is all coincidence in that sense. And I think that Oishi and Akasaka might have actually been onto something at the end, that this could have been something that was triggered. Not that it was necessarily created, like I don't think these people were fucking mixing chemicals in a vat to form like fucking sulfur dioxide or some shit to kill everybody. But more so that they might have had some way to trigger a pressure change in the swamp that would cause a killing. Because if you want my real takeaway of everything at the end, like, again, I'm not going to do my theory on stream of what everything that's happened is, because it will take literally way too long. It took me 2 hours at the start of one of my previous streams to, like, fucking hammer out a theory that even made sense for the end of chapter 3. So, I'm going to do it off stream probably tonight. I will figure out where I stand on answer arcs, and I'm gonna try to peg like a villain or a bad guy or who is responsible, right? Obviously all the info is laid in front of me, so assuming that I've noted down everything important, I should be able to at least come to some conclusions. My big takeaway before I even look into anything, though, is that this game has consistently tried to make these things seem supernatural, but then the more info that we had been given, everything seems to fall apart and become a lot more believable and a lot more grounded in reality. So for instance, like them saying this great disaster that would happen from the swamp, like that would happen after Rika dies, that it was a great coincidence that all of a sudden the swamp gas rose up. But if Oishi and Akasaka's theory is true, that it's something that was triggered, it doesn't mean anything. This wasn't a weird coincidence. It was literally caused. So, my general takeaway is that I think this is just the work of people, and they might be using the village's history and superstition as like a blanket to kind of give them a cover for everything that they've done. Again, it's impossible for me to know it until I slam everything out. But so, the only other point that I'll leave with here is this. The events aren't totally in line with the end of Chapter 3. Oishi said that Tomitake and Takano were the victims, dead in the same circumstances we knew. So this was him confirming that they died. Now remember though, if I recall, if that was the case, again, like, I still have the screenshots from the end of Chapter 4, or end of Chapter 3, there were all the jumbled words or whatever, right? I can I can find this and I can look at it, and I'm looking at it right now. And okay, no, their deaths actually are listed. Never mind. I was wrong. I thought they were listed as missing, but they weren't. But again, we know that some events are slightly different. So if we look at the screenshot, which I will throw up a display capture for. If I can fucking find my OBS, here it is. Again, we've gone over this a few times. So can I do this? There you go. So the suicide is definitely listed. We see that. Takano's death is confirmed as well, so I just didn't catch that. But this is the big difference, right? There's obviously some differences happening. Oishi didn't go missing in chapter 4, but he did here. And Kuma did as well, which I didn't see. So there's clearly some differences that occur between the two chapters, even though they roughly take place on the same events. But, you know, they said they were the victims. Okay, so I can... Yeah, I just misremembered that, so we can delete that. The real confusion is Oishi himself isn't missing. At the end of chapter 3, Dr. Irie committed suicide. Takano... This is wrong. I have no clue what I just did. However, Oishi's telling us now it was his subordinate. Okay, so again, this is like... Actually, half of this is like total garbage because I misremembered it. So I can like... We don't really care about this. Da-da-da-da. There was also not a single mention of Keiichi at all this whole time. But yeah, there's too much info to like parse through that it's not even worth to... It's not even worth to try. But I don't really feel the need to go crazy scratching at my head about this. So I'm gonna finish this tonight. We're gonna write. We're gonna see what happens. I'll be real with you again. My last words that I'll leave you with before I come back with my theory is I personally, very much so, think that Shion is somehow implicated, and this could be me shrimping really hard, but I don't fucking trust her. She knew about fucking whatever the fuck that guy's name is. I can't think of his name right now. Satoshi. In chapter 3, she was acting really weird when we were talking about him. I don't trust her not one fucking bit. Mion is also probably guilty to some degree, which is sort of a feels bad man for me. I have no fucking clue about anybody else's involvement, but we're gonna see. With that, I don't really tend to do this, but I'm gonna send you to my friend's stream, because I never raid anybody. But I'm gonna raid him. We can have fun. So I will end the stream on that. Go say hi to him. Thank you. Goodbye.